With the nice date.
Okay, we're live now.
We're live.
Just to let you know.
Okay.
Wheels on the bottom. Wheels on the bottom.
Wonderful.
Throwing wheel at the side of the house. I plug it into the thing. Plug it in the generator. And it runs.
So you had your electrician at your house? Wire plug?
Yeah.
Well, I did it, yeah.
Okay.
But yes, you can have an electrician do it.
You'll have to push the chair because I tried to pull it. I didn't know how low you went, and I tried to bring it up as much as possible.
Got to sit up taller.
Oh, plug in there.
Now I feel better.
Can you go off that? Oh, okay, that's fine.
So I just wheel it out.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I set all the way up. I didn't see that.
Yeah, we have our grounding rod right there and everything.
Our archers may have changed it up. Didn't realize.
Doug's got one of those permanent.
Yes.
Yeah, generator type
We
thing.
don't start this other meeting until
You
6.
know, home across the street.
Yeah.
I'm gonna set the sandwiches up.
Okay.
While we're in there.
Oh, are we live?
We're recording.
Okay. It is 5 p.m. on Tuesday, January 27th, 2026, and we're going to call this city council meeting to order. We're going to immediately recess to an executive session. And let me go ahead and read this. City council will convene in closed session pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code for one or more of the following authorized reasons. The city council will meet in closed session pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551.074, personnel matters, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of the following public officers or employees. City Administrator R. Scott Dixon. At this time, and it is currently...
Sir, would you also recognize that there is a quorum?
Okay, yes, I just want to make a point that all council members are present. There is a quorum present.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're going to go ahead at 5:01 p.m. recess to an executive session.
Pause this.
some kind of this caption book. Castroville, he was at a county, his wife, his daughter, her daughter, went out, visited this camp and invited him into dinner. And then did 80 camps.
No kidding.
So,
We're live, by the way. And be sure, there you go. Perfect, thank you.
So. I was like, I just thought of that. I also thought it said just like the first few. Really?
you get late.
It got quiet in here pretty quick.
Well, stick out.
Okay, we're live streaming, correct?
Yes.
We're going to reconvene this council meeting in open session. And let's do a roll call real quick.
At what time?
Oh, excuse me, 6 p.m.
Thank you.
Sheen Martinez, District 1.
Houston Marchman, District 2.
Phil King, District 3.
David Mers Jr. for District 4.
Robert Lee, District 5.
And Bruce Alexander, Mayor. If we're all, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, Matt, would you please?
Yes. Let's bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this time that has been booked in advance for decisions to be made, for citizens to share their concern. I just pray that you would watch over this meeting, that we would have a peace in this meeting and a joy. I pray, Lord, that every decision that's made in this room would be for the betterment of our community. We thank you for this time. We ask you to lead it and guide it and help this council to be blessed for their time serving this community and help them to get home early tonight. In Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Especially that early, get home in time.
Especially that last line.
I do too, I like that.
I'll do my best.
Everybody goes, amen.
Okay, we're going to move right into citizens' comments. Let me read this, that the city council will hear comments from any citizen or visitor. Speakers must address their comments to the presiding officer rather than individual council members or staff. Stand at the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and state your name, residential address before speaking. Speakers will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes for testimony. In accordance with the State Open Meetings Act, the city council is restricted from discussing or taking action on items not listed on the agenda. Action can only be taken at a future meeting. Now, this time we're going to open up for citizens' comments. Is there anyone who would like to speak? One more time, anybody would like to make any comments on citizens' comments? Hearing none, thank you. Let's move on to item 8, consent agenda. I can read them all, but I'm understanding, I believe there might be someone wants to remove one. Is there? No?
Yes, I had a question on things to do with Lions Park.
Okay, so you want to remove item D from the consent agenda? Okay,
That's fine.
any others? Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes for January 13th, 2026 regular council meeting. Approve the first quarter financial report ending December 2025. Approve the first quarter investment report ending December 2025. And approve the amendment updating the Parks and Recreation Master Plan with the miscellaneous updates.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion made and second to approve the consent agenda unless item D. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? No, motion carries. Let's move on to item D, which is approve the amendment updating the Lions Park section of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Councilman Lee.
Yeah, there was a number of what appeared to be questions that needed to be answered by council in here. You know, like, what do you want to do here? Give us direction on that. And I didn't, either I misunderstood that we didn't need to answer those questions. They've already been answered. They'll be answered in the future. And also, on the very first page of this, there's a thing about authorizing water reuse system at the splash pad and a few other things to do with installing irrigation system, planting trees, and other things like that. And I would really like for us not to commit to those things until we understand what the water consumption is going to be and how it's going to affect our city water use and those kind of things, and whether it's actually practical to do that stuff at this point in time.
Okay, well, I'm just going to take a stab at this and say that this is a plan. This is updating the section, the Lions Park section of the plan. I don't believe it authorizes the completion or carrying out of those projects this time, but that's the plan. Is that the purpose of this?
Yes,
This time?
you're correct, Mayor.
Mr. Maris?
I have some stuff to say, but it might sound better if Jonah wants to say the same things.
Oh no, it's okay. I'll let you go. But yes, to your point, Mr. Mayor, this is a plan. This is just a roadmap for us on what we would like to have in the future. This is not. We are not committing to any type of installation of trees.
Nothing is set in stone. This
That's
is the plan.
Based on community surveys, based on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. This is just a plan for if we were to get grant funding or any type of funding. This is what we would like to see.
Right. But the details of the plan, once assume in the future there's funding, then the details will be worked out on how to institute the plan.
That is correct.
Okay, I understood we got that grant, correct?
Yes.
And it's a match for $750,000.
Yes, sir.
And on that list of items that we applied for were a number of things in this. So all of those are coming back here for approval of what's going to be implemented and what's going to be matched.
Not on this update, no, sir.
No, not on this, but in the future.
Correct. And that specifically, that grant was for a all-inclusive playground and swing set. Those are the only two items that we applied for.
But we haven't accepted that
That is correct.
at this time.
Okay,
That
what
is
happened to the $750,000 one we had applied for that was a 50-50 match?
I'll have to look. I'll have to
Okay.
look it up.
All right, you've answered my question. I'm good. We'll make a motion.
Mr. Merce,
Yeah.
let me go down if anybody has anything. Mr. Merce?
I was just going to say, that this represents what the Parks Board would like to see. Like, this is their recommendation for what we should be doing in Lions Park, including the water reuse was something they discussed at the most recent one. In talking with the chair, I had actually advised her to pull these items specifically off into a separate item for us in case there were concerns about Lions Park in particular, so that we could at least get most of it across. But I think their plans for Lions Park are good, and I believe that we need the playground in the plan, because that's not in the plan yet.
Okay.
So
Okay, Mr. King, do you have anything on this?
No.
Mr. Marchman?
No.
Ms. Martinez?
No, sir.
Entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the consent amendment updating the Lions Park section of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made and second to approve the amendment updating the Lions Park section of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? No, motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to presentations. Item 9 was presentations. We're going to start out with a presentation and discussion on the City of Castroville building permit process. Before we start with that, we're going to do the building permits and the code enforcement. Just so everybody knows, I had asked that these be put on here not only for the benefit of council, but for the benefit of the public that's watching out there, so we can get a full, clear understanding of what code enforcement is to the city of Castroville and what the processes are in getting building permits from start to finish. Who's responsible for what, how we do that. And then, so Brianna, if you could do that one, please, on the building permits, and then we'll open it up for any council discussion, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can y'all see that?
Yes.
All right, I'm Brianna Soto. I'm the Community Development Director. I would ask that we hold all questions and discussions to the end because I have a feeling I'll probably answer some of them as we go along. The introduction of purpose of this presentation is to explain when permits are required, how permits are issued, how inspections are done, how non-compliance is handled. The process is designed to be fair, consistent, and predictable. The two guiding principles for this is life safety and preservation of property values. These rules reduce risk to occupants, neighbors, emergency responders, and this also helps protect the long-term neighborhood stability. All right. So the roles and responsibilities of the permit process. So first there's the city, the Community Development Department. We accept applications, we check them for completeness, and we coordinate with the plan review people. The contracted plan review services are Bureau Veritas and Safe Built, and they do the technical reviews. Bureau Veritas is typically for residential, and Safe Built is typically for commercial. The city manages the process, but does not do the technical inspections ourselves because we are not qualified to do that. Sometimes when we go through this process, there can be a disconnect, which we understand, but we try our hardest to communicate throughout that and to mitigate any issues throughout that process. When a building permit is required. So permits are needed for new buildings, additions, remodels, and most electrical, plumbing, and mechanical work. Permits allow the city to verify safety, ensure zoning compliance, and prevent unsafe construction. So why complete application matters. So applications must be complete before review can begin. Common things that are missed are the valuation, plans, construction, owner information. Incomplete applications can slow down the process significantly. And a complete submittal reduces delays and avoids the resubmittal process. So the building permit application process. The applications are submitted to the city. The city first checks them for completeness. After that, the fees are paid. Once the fees have been paid, the plans are routed to review, either Safe Built or Bureau Veritas, whichever is going to be doing the review for that. Corrections may be issued. The applicants revise and resubmit. And then if all corrections have been addressed, then the permit is issued. Contractor registration requirement. So contractors must be registered with the city. All subcontractors, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing must also register. This allows the city to track responsibility and ensure accountability. There is no registration fee for a contractor. They only have to pay the MEP permit fee, and that is so we can pay for those inspections for that project. The plan review and timelines. Residential reviews are typically done by Bureau Veritas, as I've already stated, and commercial reviews are typically done by Safe Built. I can say that we have been trying Safe Built for a couple residential permits just to see how they act and see what they offer versus what Bureau Veritas does, but that's just very minimal. I think we only have one that's gone through them at this point. And then the review time is about 10 business days. It really just depends on what their workload is and the complexity of the project, but Bureau Veritas and Safe Built do say that they will have comments back within 10 business days if they have everything they need to do that review. And then the amount of resubmittals is the thing that makes the review process the most timely. So if there's a lot of back and forth, then typically that building permit process lasts longer than if it was just completed to begin with. Okay, so the codes that we use.
Just to elaborate, just real quick on that. So they have to resubmit. That's another. They go back into the queue, and it's 10 business days, and then there's
That's
comments,
correct.
and if it has to be resubmitted again, which obviously nobody wants that, but if that happens, that's another 10 business days. So when we talk about it, it really, that's what's adding that time is getting back into the reviewer's queue.
That's correct. Once it's resubmitted, the 10 days starts over. It doesn't just be seen that next day. Okay, so the codes that we use to review the plans, of course, is our comprehensive zoning ordinance, and this is for all zoning requirements. We also utilize the City of Castroville Code of Ordinances. Really, we utilize the Chapter 24 signs, of course, for all signage throughout the city for commercial businesses. Chapter 100 is subdivision. Bureau Veritas and Safe Built don't really review against that. That's really an engineer's job, and that's during the platting process. But I just want to throw that in there because that is something we do also review for. And then we also do the international building codes, specifically International Building Code, International Residential Code, the Electric Code, Plumbing Code, and Mechanical Code. These are all 2012, except for the National Electric Code, which is 2014. That's what we have adopted as a city. Right now, I think they are in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. They update every 2 years, but it's up to the city whether they want to update those codes to reflect the newest ones or not. All right, so permit fees and invoicing. So fees are added after the application is processed, and all fees must be paid before the permit is submitted to plan review. This ensures that the review and inspection services are paid for. The issuance of permits. Permits are issued after plans are approved and fees have been paid. Approved plans must be kept on site and must be followed exactly. They can't defer from those plans. And we'll talk about in a minute what happens if they do. And then, of course, all changes to those plans must be approved. All right, inspections, the requirements in the process. So inspections occur at key stages of the construction. The purpose of these is to verify safety and confirm code and compliance. They are done by Bureau Veritas or Safe Built, whichever is the one who did the review for that application. For large projects, they are given an inspection checklist at the beginning, so they know what's expected of them when they start that project. All right. Inspection scheduling and rules. So all inspections must be requested 24 hours in advance. There are no same-day inspections. All Friday requests will be seen on Monday at the earliest, and requests are accepted Monday through Friday no later than 4 p.m. And that's not just our rules, that's also Safe Built and Bureau Veritas's rules. They're really good about getting out there the next day, though. We haven't had much issues with the timing of those inspections. Okay, inspection questions or concerns. So the first contact is the assigned inspector. Since they're the ones that are on site, they have the plans, they're the ones who did the inspection. We always ask the contractor to talk with the inspector first to see. A lot of times it's just miscommunication. That's usually the number one reason why something has been failed, or and they just need to relay that back to the contractor. If clarification is needed, then the community development director will jump in, and I would try and mitigate. I'll just go through, I'll talk to the contractor, and I'll also talk to Safe Built Bureau Veritas inspector and see where the issue is. Like I said, 99% of the times it's a communication issue and can typically be resolved fairly quickly. Changes to approved plans. So construction must match the approved plans. All changes must be reviewed and approved. You may be required to revise the plans depending on the complexity of the revision you're making. So sometimes if they're like, oh, we're just gonna go, it's 10 feet off the setback, we're gonna go 11 feet because of a water line or something, then that typically doesn't, it just needs to be stated on the plans. It doesn't require re-review, but something that's much more complex would have to be sent back to Bureau Veritas or Safe Built and be re-reviewed. Approval is required prior to the construction beginning of those changes, and then unapproved changes can cause delays. Work not included in a permit. So owners and contractors must ensure the work is permitted. They are the ones that did the application. They are the ones that got the approval. They are responsible to make sure that the work that's being done on their project is in accordance with the approved plans. If unpermitted work is discovered, then corrections might be required. A stop work order may be issued. A work without a permit fee applies when the construction starts prior to the permit being issued. And this covers extra staff time, enforcement, and inspection coordination. Work without a permit fee is typically 2 times the permit fee. So, or it is 2 times the permit fee on top of the plan review fee and the initial permit fee. So that can add up pretty quickly depending on how much your project is. Maintaining compliance during construction. So compliance is maintained through required inspections, documentation of deficiencies, and city oversight. So I just make sure that I'm always in communication with the inspector and the contractor. Possible outcomes if compliance is not done during construction, there may be required corrections, re-inspection, a stop work notice issued, and delayed of a certificate of occupancy. I just kind of wanted to go into the system that we use. Right here is iWorks. This is where we input all of our permits, we input all of our fees, we do all our invoicing from our inspections, all the applicant information is done through iWorks. How you can apply for a permit, you can either do it in person. We still have people, there's a lot of people that still come into Public Works and apply, and you're always welcome to. But we also have an online permitting system that a lot of the new contractors they'll use, and they can do their contractor's registration and their applications and their MEP permits all online through the portal. So this is just the permit, just so y'all can see from the staff side. As you can see, it goes through all the information, and then it goes through all the contractor registrations. You can see the fees, the payments that have been made, the reviews that have been done for that permit, and the inspections, all the letters, file uploads. So it's all in one it's all in one space that you can see, and then you can always go out to those side and just click on those if you just want to see all the inspections, and you just click on the inspection part, and you can always go directly to only the inspections. And then this is seen from the public side. So as you can see, they can see pretty much all the same information. It's just a little bit more condensed. They can still see what inspections they've had, the payments that they've made, the very minimal details. They can also see, they can upload new files, and they can also request an inspection from the public side. In iWorks Code Enforcement, as you can see at the top of this slide, they also use iWorks on the code enforcement side, and of course Chief will get more into how they utilize that. But code enforcement can see the permitting side of things, and permitting can see the code enforcement side of things. So if there's ever any questions and maybe we can't reach out to each other, I can always go look in code enforcement, the code enforcement side, and see, oh, have they already talked to them? Have they reached out to them? And typically they're all documented. So when code enforcement gets involved, they are not part of the routine plan review or inspections. They only become involved when work is done without a permit or a stop work order needs to be issued. If there's a repeated non-compliance occurs, then they have to go out there and go talk to them. And then public safety concerns, that's when they would also be asked to address those. The certificate of occupancy. So this is final approval before the building can be occupied. This is typically issued for new construction. This is issued for all businesses. If you go into any business in town, on their wall, there's a blue piece of paper that typically has my signature on it. And that means that they've applied for a certificate of occupancy. They've had an inspection done that says that that building is safe to be occupied for the use that's there. And they cannot occupy that building until that certificate of occupancy has been issued. The Historic Landmark Commission. So the historic properties required a certificate of appropriateness. This does not replace the building permit. All zoning and building codes still apply. The Historic Preservation Officer reviews the proposed works, advises applicants, and evaluates materials and design. Most of y'all probably spoken with her. Her name's Selena Angel right now. And she works with Workshop, and she's skilled and she's educated specifically in historic preservation. So she's a great asset to have on the team. And so she goes through every application, and she reviews that application against the historic design guidelines, and then she provides a recommendation to our Historic Landmark Commission. As I said before, that does not circumvent the zoning process. Everything that is gone through HLC and approved still has to meet our building and zoning requirements. And then the certificate of occupancy, certificate of appropriateness, fees and timing. So the certificate of appropriateness has its own application, its own fee, and if, like I just said, it's reviewed by the Historic Landmark Commission, also reviewed by the Historic Preservation Officer if necessary, and must be approved before the building permit can be issued. This typically focuses on exterior changes, materials, and architectural features. And this just helps avoid redesign, prevents conflict, and provides clarity. Like I said before, it does not replace the code review or the zoning review. So the key takeaways and best practices. So start early. If you have questions about your permit or your project that you're doing, please always reach out to our department. We're always there to answer as many questions. We prefer that. And if you don't know if you need a permit or not, please reach out to us because we'll be sure to let you know. And just make sure you're doing your inspections, that you have submit complete applications. That makes the timeline go by a lot faster. Same thing with the registered contractors. Have your contractors that you know you're going to be using, because if you're looking for it, we won't issue that building permit until we have those contractors registered for that project. And then build to the approved plans, and make sure if there's any amendments to or changes to those plans that you come talk to us beforehand and get those changes approved. So, and that's all I have for y'all.
Well, Brianna, thank you very much for that. That's a whole lot of information to digest, and I don't know if everyone is able to, but I'm sure there's going to be several questions. I know I have quite a few about the process and what's going on, but I want others, if they have any questions, to please proceed. Ms. Martinez.
Yes, I got several.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So when individuals start applying for a permit, I even looked online and everything. Where are they told they cannot start work until the permit is fully approved and everything? Because there's nothing on the website when you submit for one. Where are they told?
That they can't start work until their permit's approved?
Yeah.
I guess probably by my department whenever they submit that application. But I could include that on the website, just no work can start without a approved permit.
Because we've had problems with people beginning projects.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
so-
I mean, that's something I can always put on there. I don't think we have it labeled that you need a permit to do your work.
Yeah, there's nothing on I even looked on the site today,
Okay.
and there's nothing.
Okay.
It's a CYA not only for the city but for the
Well, for
owners.
the online application means up front, right at the beginning of it.
It should say
Yeah,
that no work can begin
begin
until this is approved.
correct.
Okay.
So it's very clear.
Correct.
Up front. Yes.
Correct, because I know that's been an ongoing problem. So under plan review, is this where someone goes out to visually look at the property where the work's going to be done?
No, this is the plan submitted to Bureau Veritas or Safe Built. They don't physically go out to the property. There is a trust system there because when you submit plans, we do have to trust in some respects that you're submitting what you're doing is accurate. But they do not physically go out to the property to do that review.
What about when the utilities are marked?
So whenever they mark the utilities, I believe that's sent through 911, and they go out there and mark them. And then a surveyor is responsible if they're submitting a survey that shows the utilities on there. The surveyor is responsible for putting those on there according to where 911 has those established.
811.
I'm sorry. 811.
I was about to say,
Don't call
911,
911,
that's new one.
please.
Okay.
Sorry, 811, not 911.
Okay.
Yes.
What penalties do contractors face when they consistently begin projects without permits?
So we don't have a penalty, like a fee penalty. We have told contractors that have not been getting their inspections or that haven't been doing the work in accordance to our ordinances, that we mark those down because we have a contractor registration portal, and we tell them we're not going to let you pull any more permits unless you start acting right. And so that means that you need to get all your inspections done. Typically, that gets them a kick in the butt to make sure that they do that, because the next time they're calling us, okay, I need that inspection right now, because they want to be able to do work within the city.
Well, I know we had that one concrete construction people. They were doing 5 different projects, and at no time did they get a permit like they were supposed to until the city in that
Intervened, yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
that's why I'm bringing this up. All right. Who conducts the inspections, and how often do you verify the inspections have been completed when we're doing the inspections during the construction process?
So whoever did the plan review for that project, so either Safe Built or Bureau Veritas, they have their own set of inspectors, and they do the inspections because they're qualified to do that. Me or Megan, my permitting assistant, is not qualified to do structural, mechanical, or electrical inspections.
But how do you know that it's being done?
Oh, we have it in that permitting system that I showed you.
Right.
You can see where all the inspections are done, if they're pass fail, when they were completed, and who did that inspection. So we always have access to see what inspections have been done and what stage.
And the
they're at.
notes and everything?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What happens to a project and contractor when it is found during an inspection that the approved plans are not being followed.
That's typically when we'll issue a stop work order. Well, we go out there and we verify. Sometimes I'll go do that myself, or code enforcement will go out there and verify what's happening, just kind of depending on what the severity of the issue is. And then once we do that, we'll typically issue a stop work order to make sure that they don't continue with the construction until that amendment has been made to those plans and to make sure the review was completed.
Sheena, may I ask something just on that subject?
Mhm.
Okay, so when your inspector goes out
Mm-hmm.
and they find that work's outside the scope of the permit, do they report that immediately to you?
No, so the inspector only inspects against the approved plans and the permit. If they're doing anything else on that property that is not, they're not in zoning inspectors, and they are not, they don't know our zoning codes like we do. Every city has different ones, but they know the electrical, the building, the mechanical, and the plumbing side of it.
Right.
Yeah, but if it's outside the scope of what those approved plans are, they don't tell us about those.
So until I want to wrap my head around this
Yeah.
too, because I'm sorry, Sheena, when someone goes out and does an inspection
Mm-hmm.
and they discover work that's not on the approved plans,
Mm-hmm.
if you're not notified right away, how do they get a stop work? How do they get anything, or just keep going?
Yeah, and that's why
That's a big issue.
Yeah, that's where maybe that disconnect is at, because that's when we have like our boots on the ground, which is code enforcement that drives
Okay.
around, and hopefully, you're right, there could be a disconnect there because they see that work's being done, there's an approved permit for that work. Does that approved permit also apply to this other building that they're doing or this other structure that they're doing? They have to do a little bit of investigation to see if it's all taken care of within that permit, or if it's not, and then somebody needs to reach out to us. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'm sorry, I'm
No,
gonna keep
no,
going, Sheena.
because,
I'm gonna keep going on that one.
oh no.
Okay, so I'm doing work.
Mhm.
I got a permit. Inspector says, I can't inspect that because that's not part of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, code enforcement drives by, they've got a list that there's a permit, but they have no idea what the scope of the work of that permit is.
No, they can't.
So
Yeah.
who
They do
stops it?
So that's
So
where-
they serve the purposes of building inspector?
No, but there are our eyes on the ground. So I was trying to explain via
Okay.
email. The code compliance officer does, as Brianna stated earlier, they have access to our iWork system. They're
Okay.
both working from the same system.
Okay,
Now, generally, what I think it's helpful to kind of give a real world example. And one would be someone comes forward and they apply for an addition to their house, right? So they're building an addition. That's what the permit's for. But the contractor says, hey, I can build you a carport while I'm at it, right? That's probably a pretty good example because that addition has all kinds of inspections associated with it,
Sure.
et cetera. But meanwhile, there's this carport that gets built that has nothing to do with those plans. The only way that gets caught generally is a neighbor says, hey, this is what most often happens. A neighbor or someone else sees that happening, or code compliance sees it. Those are kind of the two ways it gets
Sure.
reported. And we recently had an issue where there was that went through the ZBOA where there was a project, an
Yeah.
approved project at the ESD to do the remodel, and they built an addition on the front. That addition was not on the plans. It wasn't being inspected. It was something the contractor offered to do, and they took them up on it. But they were doing work without a permit, and that went through exactly the right process in that respect. In that, a member of the community said, "Hey, did you see this?" And I said, "No, we didn't see that. Let's go look at that." We looked at it, realized this is work without a permit. We issued a stop work order. We said, "You need to go get a permit for this. You're going to have to go through ZBOA. It's going to require a variance." So all of those things get triggered. But ultimately, it is the grandmother on the porch watching to see what their neighbor's doing on some level that helps enforce code. In the same way that code, when we talk about code compliance in a second, in the same way that works.
well, if I can make a suggestion, and it's working with your building inspectors, that you work somewhere with the understanding that if during an inspection they discover work that's not permitted, that they immediately report it to you so action can be taken, instead of waiting for, and no disrespect, maybe a week or later when somebody goes around and sees it and then it's already done. So that's a suggestion.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
No, and I thought of this question because when my old neighbor built a concrete retaining wall in between his house and my house, they built it too far forward and they sliced it the AT&T phone line. And so when I brought up this concern, because they initially didn't get a permit or anything like this, it was too late, and I was told, oh yeah, they weren't supposed to go that far forward. That's why I bring up these questions, because it is occurring and I'm trying to save heartache for people in the future.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Next, you
All
have
right.
another one?
oh yeah.
I'm sure you do.
Oh, yeah. Certificate of occupancy. How often does the city give a temporary certificate of occupancy?
Not very often.
Okay.
We do it on just if they're trying to open that business and they're missing something that's not a life-saving measure, and we'll talk to the inspector, like, is this going to affect people being in that building? But it's going to take 2 weeks to come in. Typically, we'll issue the temporary CFO that's valid for either 2 weeks or 4 weeks, just depending on what it is. And once they have accomplished what they need to, then we'll issue the final one.
What about a home?
I don't think I've ever issued one for a home.
The city has before.
Oh,
And-
maybe for which one?
The one in my neighborhood, the guy was building his own house, and
I mean, that was
Yeah.
that was a problem before.
yeah, no, the city did, and there was a lot of problems, because how long are the temporary certificate of occupancies valid?
Yeah, it's only for 2 to 4 weeks, depending on what's missing there. So,
And what happens when it's found that nothing's being done to complete the remaining to dos? Do you immediately reject it and say you must leave until everything is done?
that's what would happen. I haven't had an instance where I've had to do that.
But
Yeah, but that is what you wouldn't get issued that. So
okay,
it is what would happen. I haven't had a circumstance where I've had to do that though.
okay,
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have for that.
Mr. Marchman.
Yes, thank you. At any given time, how many projects are going on within the city limits that you're trying to cover?
I don't
If you would
know.
flip to page 1000 of your packets, there's a list of permits that are issued every month.
Yeah, it's just, gosh, I don't know. It's like maybe 30 or 40 permits issued a month, but some of them are ongoing for a few months, like new residential builds, and some of them only are certificate of occupancies that typically only last 3 days. They're open and shut. It just depends on what it is. Right now, the biggest one that we're seeing are certificate of appropriateness, because we've had so many going through HLC. But gosh, some months it's a lot higher, hundreds probably, and then some months it's lower, maybe like 20 or 30. Like, it just depends.
And so code compliance
Mhm.
goes and checks whether that is in compliance with what you agreed to with them in the building permit. I'm just making-
Well-
No, the inspector does that. The Safe Built and the Bureau Veritas inspector, if it is a part of the plans, they are the ones who inspect those plans and that means all aspects of those plans, height, setbacks, foundation, all of those things, in accordance with those plans. Now,
Let's
but if
stay
it was
focused.
something different,
Let's stay focused on the building permits. We'll deal with code enforcement.
Right. I mean,
okay, yeah.
So really, you're just
Please.
depending on third party, and you don't go check yourself.
No, I mean, I wish I had the time to go do that. If there's just something that pops up, I'll go make a drive-by if I can. But no, I don't typically do the inspections myself.
And most cities are going that direction where they outsource inspections.
Right.
Just,
Well, you have to have a lot of certifications.
yeah, from a monetary standpoint, it just makes more sense.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. King?
You guys are great. I've gone through commercial as well as residential building permits, a bunch of them, and you bend over backwards to help everybody. I've never had a complaint with Brianna and her department and your subcontractors, the inspection teams. So no, I understand the process, and I think you guys are great.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilman Mears?
I want to echo what Mr. King just said. My building permits for my fence were very painless, and that was before I was on council and you had any reason to be nice to me. So thank you. But I had one question. When a because we mentioned 811 a little earlier.
Mhm.
When 811 or locate calls come to the city, are they handled through your department or through the utilities? Like, who does that notification come to?
So from my understanding, and please don't quote me on this because it doesn't go through my department, but I believe you call 811 and it disperses it to whoever is the owner of that utility. So if the water lines and the sewer lines are the cities, then they disperse that to us. But if the electric is CPS, then that gets sent over to them. So whoever the owner of that utility is the one who goes and marks it.
I guess what I'm saying is, when it comes to the city, does it come to each, like the head of each utility, or does it?
It's going to go to Public Works, and it's a general purpose, and then it's distributed from there. Bear in mind that 811 locates, it's required, Class A utilities are required to be part of that, electric and gas, mandatory requirement, not the others, but yet the city gets them all. But one notice goes to Public Works, and then they distribute it from there.
Okay.
That's correct.
I think so, yeah.
Then I have questions for Public Works.
Absolutely.
I'm going to use the rest of Councilman Merz's time.
I cede my time to Mr. Lee.
Councilman Lee.
Don't take a vote on that. Yeah, I got 6 questions. I'd like to know the criteria for when you need a permit for plumbing, electrical, roofing, those kinds of things, because there is routine maintenance you can do to your house.
That's correct.
That's routine.
Mhm.
And then there's a dividing line somewhere that people need to understand when I've got to get a permit. Could you explain that?
Yes.
Question 1.
So
Before you explain, I just want to make y'all aware there is a document on our website where you go to permits and it says, do I need a permit? When do I need a permit? So that is out there, but go ahead.
yeah, so any structural work being done to a home that requires a permit, that needs to go through plan review and it needs to be looked at. So if you're just re-roofing your house, that does not require a permit. There is no structural aspect of that. If you're just
it
putting
used to be if it was over 50%, it required a permit. So no longer?
no longer,
Okay.
and that was before I got here, so I'm not sure when that changed.
Me neither.
Yeah, and then like if you're doing siding or aesthetics to your home, changing out flooring, changing out cabinets, changing plumbing fixtures, those do not require a plumbing permit. Electrical, if you're changing out a light fixture, that does not require an electrical permit. Most mechanical requires a mechanical permit. I mean, any kind of water heater, duct work, any of that stuff requires a mechanical permit. But if it's aesthetics, that's what I like to tell people. If it's just aesthetics, there's no structural integrity to it, and there's no mechanical or electrical or plumbing aspect or component to that work, then typically you would not be required to pull a permit. But if you have questions, always ask first. So
Okay, so if I was installing an RO unit under my kitchen sink, would I have to have a permit for that?
and a what?
Reverse osmosis.
It's really not a reverse osmosis. I was taught that the other day, but they sell them that way, but it's a filtration.
It's a water
filtration.
I
water
thought I'd use a
filtration
term everybody was familiar
in-house,
with.
in the house.
Yeah, I don't
No,
think so.
the answer
Yeah.
is no.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't
it
think
is
so.
a plumbing addition. So I just want to make sure that,
Yeah.
I know we're big here in the town on asking for forgiveness after the fact.
Yeah, I can
Uh,
say that the contractors, especially the plumbing and electrical contractors that work within the city of
Yeah.
Castroville, they're well known and they know exactly when they need a pull permit and when they don't. They're very good about it. We have a few here in town that are really good about coming to talk to my department.
Okay, next, I know some things require HLC to be in the process.
Mhm.
HLC generally meets one time a month.
That's correct.
You guys are very good about getting the stuff through the system based upon all the things you have to work with. I've heard in the past that some people are not happy that they might have missed the HLC submission. Now they got to wait 3.5 more weeks. And to me, we ought to give some thought to whether we want to step up that process and call a special meeting so those people can get their project done versus having to wait another, maybe 3 weeks or so. So something for us to think about to try to accelerate stuff for people that are trying to get things accomplished that are beneficial to the town.
Mr. Lee, may I ask a question about that one?
You don't have to ask me to ask.
Okay, on the COAs, and I'm probably wrong, but my understanding is that's why we have a historic preservation officer. The things that are of a routine basis, they can be approved outside of the HLC. It's the ones that make like structural changes or things like that, typically, or the things that the historic preservation officer does not want to rule on goes to HLC, but they have the authority to approve.
In the ordinance, it's very limited on what
Sure.
the HPO can approve for
But
itself.
some things they can't.
They can. It's like I said, if it's just they call it like for like.
Right.
So if you're just changing out shingles that were already there, but they're like for like, that's fine. Metal roof for metal roof, that's fine. As long as the color doesn't changes, the pitch doesn't change. Sure. Windows, if they're just like for like, you're just replacing those windows because they've gone bad, you're allowed to do that. If you're repainting your house and it's the same color,
But there are some instances where it wouldn't require the delayed HLC. They're limited.
It's very limited.
But there are some.
But there are some.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I know we had a no permit required list of items that were sent out with a newsletter, and we have not changed our ordinances one iota. And so I can see the misunderstanding. And some of those things were sidewalks, storage building, fences, retaining walls, and the like required no permit. And so I can see where someone might put something in that disturbs their neighbor, and their neighbor thinks it's not right, yet if we are still under those same rules, and I believe we are, we might want to republish a list of what is or isn't required that does or doesn't require a permit.
Okay.
And at one time, there was no clear understanding of exactly how long the process was going to take me, be it commercial or residential or private individual, to go through the entire process of getting all this done. So does the process now have a timeline about this many weeks, this many days? You can expect, here's all the steps and how long it's going to take.
We talk to every applicant and we let them know we set those expectations from the very beginning.
All right.
And we let them know if it's going to Bureau Veritas or Safe Built, that that they are allowed up to 10 business days for that initial review. So we do set those expectations from the beginning.
Okay, I know, I comment on Councilwoman Martinez and the mayor's thing about doing work that isn't permitted. I could see that someone would start a project and approve some plumbing and electrical, and as the guy got in there or the woman got in there, hey, there's something else I need to have done, and they're just going to do it. And there would be no way for us to know it, nor the inspector to see it. And so there used to be a permit that had to be posted on the property that I believe detailed what the work was going to be done. If we believe there are a lot of abuses of the doing work without a permit, then possibly we need to work a schedule in just to stop by, take a look at what's allowed and what's being done. I think I have one more. Do we need to update our International Building Code acceptance? I remember when we did this many years ago, and I know it's changed many times. And so if it's something that is beneficial to the city, we might have council take a look at whether we need to update that.
Yeah, it's really up to y'all if y'all want to do that. There's still like the Texas, the ones that are mandated a city to have. I think like the electrical one, or maybe it's not electric, it might be plumbing, is still like in 1974. That's the mandated year or something like that. So it's completely up to the city. If you want to update those codes, you would have to go through them to see what those changes are. We do go through like a rating every 4 years with, God, now the name slips my mind right now, but there's a firm that comes to us every 4 years and you get like a permitting rating. Every time that you don't update those codes, your rating kind of goes down, but it doesn't deter us from anything. It doesn't hinder our work or anything. But it's completely up to council if that's something y'all want to pursue.
I would say that would be especially you, would be the best one to make a suggestion that we consider that. Because I doubt if all of us are really, other than possibly Councilman King, familiar with those kinds of things. So if you think there's some shortcomings in that we need to bring up to speed, then, have it put on the agenda and let's take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my turn. I got a few questions for you.
Before you now, because he's mentioned my name.
Go right ahead. Did you have a question?
Well, you can talk after me.
Sure I can. And I will.
Yeah, you think that like 2012 code is old? The people who do the codes, they do it for a profit. It's not a nonprofit, so they like to sell new codes yearly. And as you mentioned, if by the state's watching after us because they say, okay, you have to do this because this is an important code. Like we all use PEX line. If you go back 20 years ago, they wouldn't have let you use PEX line, and now it's all in there. So there's enough upgrade. And I understand what you're saying, Bob. But really, from a construction standpoint, if there's something that we're lacking, we would be hearing about it because people would say, "Oh man, you're using copper. Nobody else," they let these other things. So really, it takes care of itself. You don't have to upgrade them unless there's really a big issue that comes up. And when it comes up, it's known in the marketplace that it's bad.
All right, thank you.
Okay, a few things. And if I misunderstood you, I want to make sure that I don't. You're welcome, sir. Who signs the building permits?
I do.
Okay, so when you send one off for plan review,
Mhm.
they come back with a written report to you?
Yes, they have approved stamps at the top. And
Okay,
depending on what the scope of work is, sometimes they have a front page if it's a large project that states the kind of project it was, the occupancy load, a whole bunch of stuff. But they do stamp those plans.
okay. You referenced earlier to Ms. Martinez, and if I misunderstood you, help me. Who does the site plan review?
So the Safe Built and Veritas do the site plan review also.
They do the site plan review.
They do. Mhm.
So they compare the site plan with our zoning ordinance?
That's
for-
correct.
For setbacks?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they confirm that.
That's correct.
Okay.
On the first page of every residential construction plan,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see where they have the building setbacks for that subdivision because some of the newer ones are different, and they show where it meets those setback requirements and then the height requirements. So they do that review.
So every permit gets a site review too?
Every permit gets a site review. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 10 days to process the residential one. Do they give whoever filed this, do they give a report back if they fail that? And does somebody have to pay another fee for review, or it's a
They-
one-time fee no matter how many times they come back?
That's correct. There's only a one-time fee. They don't have to pay for re-review. Sometimes if it's very blatant that they're missing something, they'll automatically send it back. Like, hey, actually, we didn't get a foundation plan for this. Can you please tell them before we can do anything, we can resubmit? But sometimes if it's something little, they don't catch it till that day that they're doing the review. And that could be the 6th day, that could be the 10th day. It just depends. on
Do
the
you,
workload.
do you require engineered foundations?
We do. Mhm.
In all areas of the city?
In all areas of the city.
Residential and commercial.
Yeah,
Both residential and commercial?
that's correct.
Aside from the mobile home zoning district.
Well,
They
because
have to have
those,
tie downs. It's a little different.
It's a little different. Even a pier and beam house, that's a foundation, so.
yeah, they have to still
everything
see
has to
those
be
plans,
designed.
how far apart they
Well,
are.
manufactured homes different,
That's correct.
because they're tied down.
And by the way, that's not required by building code, but that's required by
Oh, no, it's
the city.
by us. I understand that, because typically residential doesn't require that. However, they're always better,
Yeah.
because it makes it a whole lot easier for when an engineer signs off on a foundation versus an inspector.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm only going to ask this question just out of curiosity. Who's the building official for the city?
I am.
You are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as a building official, you sign off on things.
That's correct.
As a building official, everything doing with building permit stops at your desk.
It does.
The accountability.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Oh,
buck stops here.
right. But all the inspections are done. Have you ever given any thought, and this is a loaded question, to in-house building inspections? You have a code enforcement officer that has been trained in building codes.
Yeah.
So have we ever considered going back the way we used to do as an in-house building inspector?
No, I've never given that any thought. And because we already subcontract that with the plan review, they're the one reviewing the plans. I know I don't have the capacity to be able to do that in-house. So then they do the plan review and then they do inspections, and it's mended together. Unless I was to be doing the plan review, which, like I said, I don't have the capacity to do that. I've never thought about that.
Okay. Okay, just thought I'd ask. I guess that's all for now. Anybody else have any questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Not a question, but a comment.
Yes, sir.
The in-house building inspector, my memory's going, but I believe we have tried that before. And if that person's on board and they're functioning satisfactorily, and then they leave, and then we're stuck again. if we use a firm to do this, we're never stuck because they've always got somebody that can take care of it. So I'm a firm believer in in-house for things that make good sense for us, but I don't know that that's one of them.
Okay, then one more comment on that. You said it, and I just want to make sure
Mhm.
that I understand this. When there's I'll just say a difference of opinion in the application of the codes from the building inspector to the contractor, you say you play mediator and resolve it?
Yeah,
What qualifies you to do that?
I mean, just communication. I don't have any qualifications besides the fact that I know our codes and I know our ordinances.
And
And then,
I don't want you to take that the wrong way
No.
because I'm leading back to renewing a call to create a buildings and appeals board
yeah.
that would hear things out, even if they only hear one time.
If
It's worth it.
If it has something to do with mechanical, electrical, or plumbing, I will go lean on our public works guys.
Okay.
And I go talk to them, and I go out there and I ask them, hey, I've gone out there with Tom and it said, hey, they said this isn't passed or they are passing it, whatever the situation is. And he's like, oh no, that's not good. Like, nah, they need to redo that. So we kind of work as a team a little bit.
Got it. And I understand it. I mean, yeah, we've had issues, I mean, way back where building inspector read the code, says this is it. Builder said, no, I've been doing this for 30 years. I know. And we had to end up getting the state building board to play mediator and say, nope, the code over trumps you, Mr. Contractor.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was just.
And we have the final, the city always has
Sure.
the final say so. So if I talk to that building inspector and they can explain to me exactly why it's required and what's going on and what he felt that,
Sure.
I'm going to always side with that building inspector. He knows that that's his job.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree. Okay.
So,
Didn't happen very often.
no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
No.
It doesn't, but it gets your attention when it does.
Yes. Mhm. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Well, this is not open for that. I wish you, okay, no, you are important, but this is not an open forum. Brianna, thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate that. Okay. We'll move on to now.
Excellent job. Thank you.
Yes, it is great. Now I should have said this in the beginning, but I'll just say it right now. There's a form back there. If anybody wanted to speak about a particular agenda item, need to fill that out and turn that in before the agenda item. So then I will give them an opportunity to speak. Okay. We'll move on to item B, which is a presentation on code compliance, goals and enforcement procedures. Chief,
Good
please.
afternoon. Good evening.
Yes, sir.
We may have to go by Mr. Lee's house and check that plumbing house. I think he admitted something.
I got no plumbing. I go outside.
Oh, Lord.
I'm not, that's another violation
Yeah.
of itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was requested is kind of given an update and what code and compliance does. I use code compliance.
Did you want to put that up on the screen?
Yeah, I think.
It's Chief, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, I emailed it to you.
Yeah, you emailed it to me?
Mhm.
Okay, one second.
It's in the pack.
We start, no, we got an updated one.
We got to update it.
I was working to please you all.
Chief,
give
if
me
you
a
could,
second.
just a moment.
Sorry,
Yes.
I was following along with the other one, but we have this new MFA, multi-factor authentication, and
No, we'll get it.
I dealt with that
thinking
this afternoon.
really hard about whether I deserve to have access.
That's part of having a .gov account. The security levels are
Give me one second.
Y'all will get that.
higher than normal.
anyway.
Like I say, the multi-factor, it's not on the agenda, I'll just make a general statement. Because the city converted to a .gov requires higher levels of security.
Hey, related to that, if I don't do my training, mandatory training, does he come and find me?
Maybe.
Just you. Just you.
That one will. That's the city secretary will be coming down.
Oh, sure. Oh, well, I'm more afraid of her than you.
I don't blame you.
BC3 gets us.
Are you able to get that, sir?
Yeah.
There we go.
There
we go.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir. Kind of a what we do and the processes and everything else to kind of update. I know that we did one about maybe a year ago or so.
We did one before through the attorney, and
Yes, sir.
what I asked this is not a legal, I didn't want it from the attorney. I want it from the boots on the ground.
Good. What I've put in here is I like to look at it as quality of life issues. I really do. And everybody's important and speaks of quality of life. And I think this is part of the quality of life that people live. The first slide is what is code compliance and why it exists. Code enforcement ensures compliance with local laws, ordinances, regulations related to health, safety, zoning, property maintenance, and protecting public health, safety, and welfare and quality of life, which, again, the quality of life issue there. Emphasizes correction and voluntary compliance before punishment, and I cannot overemphasize that we try to work with people. We would rather have that compliance than the enforcement arm of it. Everybody has a negative connotation with that enforcement aspect of it. So we do work with our citizens and everything else. And it is some of those neighbors calling in and everything else. Some of it is the boots on the ground doing their job. Again, the goals of the code compliance, it's up there, protecting public health and safety, preventing hazards, nuisances, unsafe conditions, maintaining community appearance and standards. And I think that's one of the biggies that we get, the overgrown lots, the vehicles and everything else. And I think what I've tried to instill in our employees is making sure that we do it fair, consistent, and a lawful enforcement. And again, we're trying to educate these people on the codes and everything else and explain that to them. And I think they do a great job of that. And with that, we want that voluntary compliance with our citizens. The legal authority is derived, of course, from state and local adopted ordinances. Powers include inspections, notices of violations, citation fines, and abatement. That's always the biggie there with the abatement aspect of it. Enforcement is limited by due process, property rights protections. Purpose is lawful compliance and not arbitrary enforcement, and I think that's what we strive to do. I know that we've got an email of one of the citizens complaining recently of the junk vehicles. What are we doing about it? And we had, prior to that, we'd gone around the city, and I think we had, I don't know, I want to say somewhere in the neighborhood of about 50 violations that we caught up with. And I think out of that, we took care of about 17 of those issues. We need to come back around and look at that again. One of those in specific, elderly lady, her son was going to work on the car, but he didn't want to work on the car. So we worked with her, and probably within about 10 to 15 days, that car was removed. So we got that compliance with working with that citizen, which is really the goal, is working with them. The essential functions of the position: investigates complaints, observes the violations, conducts field inspections, follow-up, issues notice, warnings, and orders to comply, maintains detailed documentation, case files, prepare reports, correspondence, and court-related documents. And we're using the iWorks as well, and further down in this PowerPoint, you will see the photographs. So within that report contains photographs, which I think is really key because it's showing you the violation, and then it's showing you in the violation that's been complied with. And I think that again is documentation, documentation. If it is in writing, as we all know, sometimes it doesn't happen. So we try to document everything very well and take care of it that way. The typical violation process: once the complaints received are observed, again, I put the example of the weedy lot and the junk vehicles that comes to mind. Again, they're very good. Site visit and the photographs. Everything, even in the law enforcement realm of it, the photographs are worth a lot. And it shows how bad or how good it is, and then shows before and after. I think that's really important, especially when it gets to the prosecutor and the judge, and their when it comes to their desk. The owner contact, door hanger issued, allowing 10 days to contact code compliance. If the violation is corrected, the case is closed, which is documented in iWorks. If the violation is not corrected, letter mailed, hand delivered, notice of violation letter issued. Again, a follow-up inspection again. So what we're looking at is making sure that we're staying on top of things. And then one of our last resorts is that citation issued. And I will mention, I think it's further down in the process, but when I first got here, we had a lot of cases that were kind of stale on the court docket. And we've made a lot of improvements with that, and I want to continue that improvement. The prosecutor's done a great job as far as moving the ball forward and getting things resolved. The next slide is the violation process. I know it's probably hard to read, but essentially it goes, if it passes, if it's not in compliance, then you do this. If it's in compliance, you do that. The case is closed. Kind of a stepping process that you go through. And then preparing a case for court, which is really kind of exactly what the police do. It's just the documentation, is you have to find that there's a state or city law ordinance violation. You've got to state that in there. Verify the violation itself through checking our ordinances, going out on site, the boots on the ground. Again, collecting the evidence, reports, photos, correspondence, and notices, and you're just building your case, basically building your case up. So when it goes to the city attorney's desk, they have all the documentation that they need to either go forward or they come before them and it's in compliance. We have had it where the prosecutor has sent the officers out there to check, saying, hey, they said they're within, they've completed it, it's in compliance. We do verify that. We've had some successes. I know we need some improvement, but a lot of it is, I think most of the successes we've had is working with people to get that compliance. Because the abatement process is lengthy, it's expensive for the city. So we try to work everything possible before we get there. We go on to the prosecutor review and legal coordination. Again, the case is reviewed by the prosecutor, just like in a criminal case. They review it to see if it has merit and then whether it's going to go forward or not. We file the complaint with the municipal court, coordinating with the city attorney. I think I've mentioned that. And again, court action used when voluntary compliance fails. And that is, again, that's at the end. Can't stress enough, we want that compliance. A lot of these people are on fixed incomes, and that does take into consideration, but we have to see some type of improvement with that. The abatement options and considerations, again, you're looking at the authorized by ordinance or statutes, includes weeds, trash, junk vehicles, and unsafe structures, requires hearings and due process. And here you go, cost benefit analysis compares abatement versus court action. The lien and cost recovery considered, it can be quite expensive. So I think that's something to consider. I know that the council before, they, let's do something with this property, and that's like, this could cost tens of thousands of dollars. There's also the possibility of the city going in there and mowing it or whatever it's going to take. Again, that's a process that we try to avoid because of the dollars and everything else for that. The tracking and program accountability. All cases are tracked using the iWork management software. Software captures date, time, nature of the violation, tracks progress, just like our offense reports do at the police department. There's documentation in there. Allows the transparency. So if I've got questions, you can go in there and look and make sure that there is some type of progress. And again, I've said it many times, primary goal is compliance, not punishment. Enforcement supports a safer, healthier, more livable Castroville. The next slide is essentially the snapshot of the iWorks in there. I know it may be difficult to read with the bottom part of this. Basically, the top part is the type of case it is, which is a temporary sign violation, the date, the inspection date, the contact date. Goes down in and gives the short narratives and kind of gives a timeline there. The next page is, again, as I mentioned earlier, the documentation that they do very well is where you have the violation of the flags out in front of the business and for an extended period of time. And then you're looking at 10 days later, the signs are gone. And that's documented, time-stamped in those photographs as well.
The purpose of this, staff knew you probably wouldn't be able to read it, but we just really want to convey that because we know that these contracts come up, and, hey, what is iWork? What are you paying for that? What does that be used for? We just want to make you aware that there is documentation. we have to have it. We need it for court processes and everything else. It allows us to communicate between the building official, as you saw a second ago, and your code compliance team. And it has its own, status reports and fields and all of that information, and all that's being stored in your computer. We're keeping those records as we're supposed to. So it's more to convey that than to kind of give you specific case details about this particular thing.
I know that in the past that councils have struggled with proactive, reactive, and that's always the struggle. Should we go, cite everybody? I don't think that's the correct way to do it. I don't think the citizens would tolerate that, nor do I think it's a fair process. So I think it's really just being proactive, but being proactive with fairness and documentation, and again, the compliance issue that we have with getting those people in compliance. Sometimes it may seem longer. I know Ms. Martinez had a residence. Lo and behold, those people move out. We don't know where they're at. I don't know what company took it over, but it was one company that took it over. I don't know if it went into default or what. We call them on the phone. We worked with them. It took us, and they're out of state, but it took us several months to get the residential place cleaned up. But I saw each time that we contacted them, they were receptive, and they started doing what they said they would do and worked with us. Some of them that we've had that have gone in saying, okay, look, we've cited them once. They still haven't done anything. We've cited them, or half the work's done, and we've gone back to them and give them plenty of time to try to get this cleared up, and it still doesn't get cleared up. And I've talked to the prosecutor about this, and again, they've got to want to help themselves too. And I think that's the critical part. Your standards are different than my standards and everything else, but for as long as we go by what the ordinances are and everything else and do it fair manner and being transparent about it. And I think that's what we need to stand on, as we move forward with code compliance. And I like using the compliance aspect of it. The code enforcement to me kind of seems like, where you say it's enforcement, and I think that's kind of like the heavy hand. But I use them intertwined, the word code enforcement, code compliance, but you'll see some of it is animal services, more softer type of thing that you're going through. So it kind of changes the name up to do what they're doing. And a lot of it is the compliance, which we strive to get. And they've done a great job, and we're going to make some internal changes and do some checks and balances. And we've got a plan that we've devised, and hopefully that'll be more positive as we move along.
Chief, thank you. Would you mind introducing your code enforcement officers, please?
We have Carl Brook, Terry Satterwhite, Josh Davis.
Okay, thank you all. I just want to make a couple comments. Code compliance sounds a whole lot better, and it's compliance through the spirit of education and cooperation. Enforcement is the tool when when all else fails.
Right.
And you made a comment about some of the folks you have to repeat. I'm a firm believer in, of course, it's an explanation and trying to educate folks, but every day the violation continues constitute a new offense. So it just stacks on top of stacks on top of stacks. We're not out there to pick somebody, to take advantage of somebody. Compliance is the key. And you're right. Some of the stuff is subjective. What's good for one is maybe not be good for someone else. But you guys, or we have to follow the rules, the ordinances, state laws, the things like that, the things that support what we do. And I know that. And also just want to make a comment too. I see you showed the pictures of the flags, and I like that you did that because not everybody fully understands it takes time. When a code enforcement officer appears on a scene and points out something, and someone takes well, I didn't know, I'll take care of that right now. Or you have the other says, well, I'm waiting for you to tell me to do it, and I got 10 days. It happens all the time. So one person says, well, I did it right away. How come they took that long? Well, you did the right thing. They waited the limit.
Right.
and people don't always understand that too. But it's out here for the betterment of everybody. I wanted to start down here. Mr. Lee, do you have any questions?
You bet.
Thank you, Chief.
Wake me up. First off, I think the code enforcement has dramatically improved over the time that I was up here before, dramatically. And the fact that you have a list that we're frequently given about all the open cases and things that have been filed and the things that have been fixed. I happen to be blessed with some of the areas of town that are replete with structures and lots that are crying out for attention.
Yes, sir.
I know in the future when there's archaeological digs, some of those places people will wonder exactly what went on here. And as I was going through the paperwork for the HOA, which the city isn't, I was impressed by some of the features in the HOA document to do with Flat Creek that we might look at adopting here as far as shielding with fencing and whatnot, some of the things that were not allowed out there. And we had this discussion in the past here about, vehicles or other things that you have that you now can have out in the open for your neighbors to enjoy using some shielding fencing. But I think we're doing a much better job, and I think we got to keep on top of it. But it isn't the person with the offense that's really offended. It's the neighbors and the people that drive by and go, I can't stand that. It's very distracting to the neighborhood. But I'm glad we're having this presentation tonight, and I'll continue to call in both of my neighbors. Thank you.
I live in an HOA, sir, and I got in trouble in the first week I was there, so I get it.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very clear. I don't have any questions yet.
Okay, Councilman King?
None at all.
Councilman Marchman?
No questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Martinez?
No question, and thank you. That I have to praise the code compliance gang with that one location that Chief brought up, because they bent over backwards trying to work with the individuals living there and to get them into compliance, and they kept refusing, and then they just left, disappeared, moved out, abandoned. So Chief has been working very hard with the owners of the property now, the bank or whatever, to get it cleaned up for it can get sold to new owners. So they really been working they work with the people of the homeowners and everything to get it. So they do bend over backwards.
We have a great team. We really do.
Well,
And
uh-oh.
I knew that was too short.
All right, thank you. When I'm done. Okay. We talk all night, Chief. Just so everyone knows, code enforcement or code compliance, code enforcement officers, there's a long list of things that they qualify for. And, one of the things that used to be 20 years ago was code enforcement officer dealt with health and sanitation issues, primarily dealt with the weeds, the vehicles, unsafe, dilapidated buildings in conjunction with the building inspector. But the building official and building inspector with permits kind of went hand in hand, and they did not. Actually, the building official and code enforcement officer were the same person. So, but they were different functions. It was more health and safety. I read some of those requirements today. I know what they are, and code enforcement officers, if they have training, proper training, they do zoning ordinances compliance, they do building code compliance with training associated with it. I understand you have one officer that has some of that training, which is great, but not all code enforcement officers have that training. So my comment is back to the building permits and things like that. If we're going to cross them back and forth, we need to make sure they have ample training for that cross back way. So, and no disrespect to any of the other code enforcement or the code officers that may not have that, but not everybody does.
Correct.
And so when you do other things, you need to ensure that we have the proper training for that. And
yes, sir.
That's
Mayor,
all I want to make sure of.
One question.
Yes.
If you see areas in our codes to do with, I'll say, dilapidated buildings where, portions of the roof are falling off, windows are falling off, basically an unsafe situation that might need to be condemned. I think we'd appreciate that being made known to council. And so if we need to change the ordinance in order to have it come up to what we expect to have, and it also might be a good item to consider to put in the mail out with utility bill about acceptable and non-acceptable things, just to give people a reminder.
Well, there is an unsafe building or property maintenance code that I believe it's included in the city's ordinances. I know it was before for that purposes. That's kind of working hand in hand with the building inspector and code compliance to do things like that.
There's a couple ordinances that as we're working through, and they're addressing different things
Yes,
that
sir.
I think probably need to change a little bit.
Thank you.
And I do, Mr. Dixon pointed out, and I forgot to mention that sometimes the delay is these people are renting
Yeah,
from that. So that's something else to keep in mind, that they don't own the house they're renting, and that owner may be in Houston or Dallas or wherever it's at. So that's why sometimes there's a delay as well. I just thought I'd put that in there.
one last thing that I just want to bring up.
I have some questions.
Okay, yes, sir. You go ahead.
Okay. This is for a particular neighbor of mine who might be watching, but
Okay.
most of the construction in the city is in my district right now. And so there are a lot of people who are surrounded by lots that are in various stages of site prep, lots going up for sale. Maybe there's construction starting, or there's a house that's been built, but it hasn't been sold yet. How does code enforcement look different during that process? And I guess, where do you draw the line of, what's just a mess because it's a construction site, and what's something that needs to be cited?
I can tell you that we had, I can't remember how long ago this was, but it was the Alsatian Oaks.
Yeah,
that,
about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
We had a builder out there that was really pushing the limits.
Yes, and we addressed that with them. We got the compliance, but I mean, phone call after phone call, and the lots. I mean, of course, you get a windstorm coming up, and all that stuff goes everywhere. So a lot of it was just talking to those people that are building those homes and saying, "Hey, look, y'all need to clean this up." And then if it gets to the point of that enforcement, then enforcement comes in. But they have to maintain those lots, that it's just not trash blowing around everywhere.
Okay, thank you.
Well, last thing, I just want to make a comment on. Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I'll do my last thing left.
So, in your experience, are we missing, or do we need to tighten up an ordinance or code that would help you execute?
No.
Compared to other cities?
There's one of them a couple of them. One of them is the, I think, Mr. Lee actually mentioned it about the motorhomes and travel trailers and stuff like that, as well as trailers. I think we've got some concerns on the size of the trailers and everything else. And I've seen other cities that if it's a certain tonnage on that trailer or length on the trailer, that it can't be parked in the front drive, stuff like that. So there's a few of them that we need to tweak a little bit. And it's kind of a living document that we can change some things up. But I have seen some of them in there that we would probably like to change.
Okay.
That would bring forward at a later time.
Another meeting. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh.
I thought the current ordinances said you couldn't park any trailer
It's a commercial vehicle.
in front of
Commercial.
the front wall.
Commercial.
It's a commercial vehicle.
Oh, you're talking about a commercial, but the current ordinance also says you can't park trailers in front of the house.
It addresses commercial vehicles.
Commercial. Because I looked through all of that, and maybe I'm wrong, but I looked through it. Another person looked through it. We actually pulled from another city looking at those trailers, the way it was defined.
Help me, but on I thought the ordinance says you couldn't park trailers in front of the house.
There's a section on how you cannot trade recreational vehicles, but it doesn't specifically address where those should be parked.
Right.
But it currently says you can't park in front of the house.
It does.
Any recreational vehicle, which includes boats, trailers, anything.
I remember, well, because Carl reached out to me.
I'll
We
let you
went
know.
looking through the codes, and I could find what says not in front of the house, just that it can't be occupied and all things like that.
Okay, I guess the last thing, I just want to make a comment, Chief, and we've kind of gone the city history. We've gone to how we respond to issues. It wasn't that many years ago that code enforcement almost just faded away because it was based on a citizen complaint. And of course I know. And in order to call in one, you had to give your name, your address, your date of, I mean, everything.
Right.
So now you're on the public record ratting out your neighbor. And the city said, we're not going to, that's the only way we're going to do enforcement. You got to do that. Well, that didn't help.
Correct.
So I kind of look at it like this. There are, and I see the officers drive around. There's things that are blatantly obvious. Okay, we're human. We may miss here and there, but they don't necessarily go out looking for all minute details, but they see them, they address them. They don't have to wait for a complaint. Isn't that correct in that?
Correct.
And that's important because, and when if somebody does have a legitimate thing, let us know. Just a phone call away, and we respond as we have as time's available. We don't have to ask for the next of kin who's actually calling us. I'm serious as a heartbeat.
Yeah.
You know, am I right?
People get leery about giving all their information out. They really are, even in law enforcement. You know,
There's a time and place for that, but
There is.
if you want to make a formal complaint,
Right.
but it just saw, hey, this is over here, you know, because I've done it on my neighbors. Hey, can somebody take a look at that? And that's all it is, just
Right.
as simple that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I just wanted to get that out to folks. Don't be afraid. I mean, because we're all in this together.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you guys
Appreciate
for
it.
everything
Brianna,
you do.
thank you. Thank you all.
You have 30 minutes.
Oh,
You have 30 minutes for the remainder of the meeting.
well, I've been asked by a council member to have a 5-minute break. Okay, and I'm going to hold that. It is currently 7:25, and I'm going to give him 6 minutes. We're in recess. Back to order. And we're going to go on to the City Council liaison reports, item 10. Let's start with the airport, and I'm going to give that one since
Thank you.
Ms. Martinez was
I was
Laid up.
unavailable.
no P and Z either.
Well, but let me go down the list if I can, please.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, really quick, and I hope I don't contradict what may be an administrative report later, but I'm going to based on when I was there. The fuel sales in December, airport manager Mike Haley reported to the airport board that the fuel sales were greater than 26,000 gallons for avgas and 38,000 for jet fuel in the month of December, significantly increased from the previous month. Castroville Airport has, at that time, had the lowest fuel within 100 miles, with an approximate $1 per gallon markup on avgas and $1.50 markup on jet fuel. So that was a good month for net income for the airport. Airport board has forwarded a draft courtesy car use policy to the city administrator for legal review prior to making a recommendation to city council for approval. The airport board's currently working on proposed updates, changes to Chapter 18 aviation of the Castroville Code of Ordinances. A draft is proposed to be provided to the city administrator for legal review prior to any recommendation to city council to amend the current ordinance. And then finally, the airport manager informed the airport board that the city of Castroville has a current ordinance that limits the runway length to 5,001 feet. And he's working with officials to address the city of Castroville's authority to lease property at the airport that has been determined by the city to be used for non-aviation purposes. That's it. Okay. Next item, let's go on to Historic Landmark Commission, January 20th. Councilman King.
You went good. I think we had about 40 or 50 of them that night.
It was a
You got a lot.
But again, the commission's working very well and getting good interaction with the people submitting. Everything's working fine.
Wonderful. Let's go to the library, January 8th. Councilman Lee.
Yes, sir. Again, the library board is a very outstanding and well-rounded group of folks that are very, very energetic about library programs, and also Beth Farley is a real blessing to the city. Notes from the secretary, they're still awaiting for information on the funding for the grant funding for the front doors and lighting to make the library ADA compliant and more accessible. Of course, they're working on the library strategic plan and to work on the accreditation process for us, which is very important. The library is working on a number of programs to benefit the community that probably isn't in your packet. Voter registration, child and teen programs, ESL for youth and adults, programs for the elderly. I apply for that one. A food pantry, which has been there, and 20 various enrichment programs of all types for adults, children, and whatnot, crafts. And so, again, it was brought up at the meeting. We are way over capacity with what we're doing already and what we need to do. And again, that they're urging that the council give serious consideration to getting additional space for the library as the community, well, even now, and as the community grows. And they'd like to make sure that whatever that transition is to a larger thing, that the library continues to function as a benefit to the city. All of you guys should have gotten a information packet from the library director in your materials. So please take a look at that. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Parks and Recreation, Councilman Mers.
The Parks and Recreation Board had a very productive meeting this past month. They had intended to discuss the soccer league, but its representative was not present. They had several citizens present who commented on the soccer league and feel that it is currently overrunning the regional park and would like to see it limited in scope, either participants, seasons, or days of the week it's allowed to use it, whenever that comes up next. But the board didn't have too much to say about that because they're hoping to talk when the representative is present. The board reviewed their 2025 accomplishments and what they're hoping to do in 2026. And then they made not one, not two, but 3 recommendations to City Council. The board recommended that council proceed with some bathroom shower building plans for the pool that they were shown. They recommended a remodel, not replacement, of the Regional Park North restroom. And they recommended the installation of a water recycle system at the Lions Park splash pad. They felt that they felt that it would be better to have something that could run all year, even during water restrictions, because it's good for people to see stuff working. If you have a splash pad that you can't use 9 months out of the year, it's just kind of sad. If you have one that you can go to any day, especially the days that are hot and dry, that adds a lot more. And Mr. Lee had sent them some comments that he wants to share.
To do with the park board. Remember, council had given a tasking to the park board to take a look at the subdivision ordinance and make recommendations as far as new developers and development, as far as the property that they gave and things like in lieu of land, the money and so forth. And I know I sent it to some of the folks on council, but there's about 3 pages of excellent suggestions with everything to do with parks and new development and what their recommendations were in order to improve, increase, and strengthen our parks throughout the city. So
Okay, that was an item that was talked about at the park board?
I guess so. They sent me a paper on it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Mhm.
Yeah,
He
awesome.
didn't have it, so I said, is it okay if I mention
Wonderful.
Was that sent out to all the council people or who?
Probably not.
It was probably
came from me.
Yeah, he was having a conversation with the head of the Parks Board,
Okay,
and I was CC.
I've seen that. Okay.
And then finally, the board
Yes.
intends to move its meeting time to starting at 6:30 to better accommodate the board members' schedules. But that'll continue to be here in the council chambers.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Move on to Planning and Zoning Commission.
I had a question for Councilman Murs.
Yes.
On the suggested limitation of the stalker, meeting over capacity, can you give me some clarity on what they want to do going forward?
The board did not have a full discussion on that item because the representative of the soccer league was not there.
I can understand. Wanted to wait till they were there so you can have this
Yes.
one time and have the
The-
discussion.
The citizens and friends of the park members who spoke mentioned the possibility of either having a maximum number of participants, limiting them to only certain days of the week, because right now they're kind of all day Saturday and Sunday,
Yeah.
or limiting them to only one season a year. But the Parks Board has not had a chance to discuss that yet.
I can tell you staff have looked at it in the past, and it just came down to field rotation, ensuring that we could try and preserve the grass as much as possible. I think that's what Jonah's about
Sure.
to say.
Yes, yeah. So the 3 items that they recommended was putting a cap on participants, and then isolating or designating an area for visitors to park. Any park goers, bird walkers, bird goers, walkers, joggers, dog walkers, anything like that, have a designated area where they could park and not be deterred from visiting the park.
Okay.
And then an increase in fees. But again, that was not a discussion in action item.
Yeah, no, thank
And
you.
that was
This-
not,
this-
when you say they, you mean the people who spoke, not the board.
Friends, yes, that's
Right.
Right, okay. Thank you, because this is a report on the meeting.
correct.
Thank you very much. Move on to Planning and Zoning Commission, Mr. Marchman. I know you weren't there.
I wasn't there.
I wasn't there.
Nothing happened.
Well, actually, I believe the items D, E, and F
Happened.
went before the Planning and Zoning, and you're going to hear about that later, which was a recommendation from Planning and Zoning. Okay. Thank you all very much for those reports. Move on to item 11, which is considering possible action resulting from items posted and legally discussed in executive session. There were no decisions made in executive session, no action taken, and there's no action to discuss or take on this. Move on. Item 12, discussion and action items. Item A, discussion and possible action on upgrades to the city council audio video equipment. Mr. Dixon.
I started to put a disclaimer in my staff report, and I ultimately didn't. But we keep in mind we had very few days to get our
Sure.
act together after the last council meeting. I had to have everything ready by last Tuesday, and so one of the things I had hoped to do is get an updated proposal on what we looked at before: mics, screens, control apparatus, etc. Ultimately, I decided, you know what, I don't think council's really looking to do that anyway, so it's not that big a deal. Y'all can give me some direction tonight. The only other two really remedies that we discussed was a larger TV, and no, I did not go out and look at pricing, but I know what the cost. It's about $1,000 every 10 inches, more or less. So if we were to increase that, obviously we'll try to get the best deal possible, but it could be a $3,500, big screen TV if we wanted to do that. The other option is, as you saw the other night, and it brought out the good old days when I first got here in 21, was a projector and using that screen. And y'all got to be reminded of that and experience that with Councilman Lee's presentation. So this item really is just kind of get direction. Do you want to pursue any of that or not? I know that Councilman Lee has some definite preferences.
There's those issues. There's the upgrade here. I was on the EAA board or the county commissioners. There's actually a monitor right in front of every position.
Nice.
Okay.
And we had a proposal, and it's in that $30,000 to $50,000 range to do that.
Right, and I'm not advocating that. Or on the other hand, we all have laptops.
Yeah, you all have.
Open them up, and there's a screen right in front of us. So I'm not saying no to anything. I'm just saying there's a lot of options out there. Go ahead.
And again, so this was just to get direction. Do y'all want to upgrade the? I would like to turn it over to Bob Lee.
Yeah, I would
He
too.
can talk about what he wants to try and do and what his recommendation is, and see if he gets a vote.
It's up to the mayor.
Turn your microphone.
It's on.
Yes, sir.
It's on.
I'm happy.
It isn't
As
working,
long
it's
as
your
the
fault.
People are getting it streamed down. I'm happy with what we have. Until, so right now I can see that. I can see my laptop. So I'm not advocating spending any money as long as the video and audio is working. And I think you all corrected those issues.
And it does.
For today.
Mr. Mers.
I wanted to ask how, and I realize this is a dangerous question to ask, but how has our stream quality been lately? Have we had
Why
more
would you ask that
reliable
out
audio
loud?
video?
It's been
Because
better.
it's important.
Yeah,
This is
no,
why
no.
This is why this item originally came up.
I'm talking about
because our
tempting
audio videos
fate.
apart so often.
Yeah, I was talking about tempting fate. We haven't had any major issues. We had the one glitch recently where it didn't do what it was told to do when we told it to stop, and it didn't stop. But beyond that, the streaming quality, I haven't had any recent complaints about people. And generally I do. I'll have a text from 2 or 3 of our active listeners will know to text me and say, hey, your audio is not working, et cetera. I haven't had any one of those in a while. I can't, honestly, I'd love to say, because we did something. We really haven't made any substantive changes in a while to the setup. The setup's pretty much the same. Now, we've changed our procedure to make sure that we aren't accidentally recording things that we don't want to, the before meeting, the after meeting, that kind of thing. But beyond that, the actual setup is pretty much the same since Councilman Marchman and I kind of looked at making those changes.
And I think the actual recordings that are posted, personally, they're not bad because I watch the park board, the zoning board of adjustments, the planning and zoning. I watch those meetings the next day. And,
the big issue is if someone's
Did you hear when someone in the audience asked me if that was a Bruce thing?
Or I try to listen to the comments in the audience, and sometimes they're muffled and sometimes they're clear. It all depends on who's talking.
Right.
Some people's voices enunciate come out and carry more than others. But
well, one of the things I'm encouraging people to do, like our staff, whether it's Brianna or someone else, is to sit in these seats rather than at that seat, because these microphones that Councilman Lee and our attorney's using, they just don't work that great, and they don't pick up sound very well. These do a lot better.
Sure.
So
And those
I'm
are
trying to get
as loud as possible.
more consistent use of these microphones.
yeah, I'm not against doing something what we're talking about. It's just that I'm trying to the bang for a buck while we're trying to look for other options. Do we want to invest that kind of money? It's not my point.
Well, and I had one other question.
Yes, sir.
That's okay. the thing that I think could be the biggest quality of life improvement, both for us and for those watching the stream, is some sort of ability to show what's up there also for us or for them.
It would be great if the live stream got to see this.
Yes,
We
if
have
they got
a-
to see what we have.
Do that.
And
Yeah.
especially
We had the
like
capacity
for Mr.
to-
Lee, we could put another monitor against the back of Deborah's here
That's
and then
terrible.
be right there for him. And that'd be cheaper than either of these two
Yeah,
options.
the capacity exists in this streaming. So what we pay for, you can actually embed presentations.
Just try to stay, you haven't been gotten.
This is what we said
working.
before. Like I would need to swap places with Deborah, and I would need to run that.
You can do it.
And we have to make sure we have everything in advance. This last minute presentations wouldn't go well.
They do see,
You're right.
they
And
do
that's-
see this, but
They do?
That's part
Oh,
of
yeah.
the
Okay.
discipline.
I point it towards they see the other side. They can see.
They,
it.
they
I can
mirror
They can't see it real clearly though because they're seeing it at this angle.
Oh,
So
they're
see-
seeing it on the
Yes,
camera. They're not
but it's,
getting the
but we
video.
could do the
And
feed.
wouldn't you also be able to see that from the streaming too?
Yeah,
Like if you're watching at home, you would see the presentation.
that's what I'm saying. There is a way to do that.
Right, and just,
Anything else, sir?
no, sir, sorry.
Ms. Martinez?
No.
Mr. Lee, did you have anything else?
Well, of course, it's an item that I ask us to look at. I wonder how many of you at 65 can still run a 6-minute mile. Okay,
I
you
don't know.
probably could. There's a point to my what I'm saying here. There are many things you cannot do as well when you get older, and when you get really old, you cannot see small print as well as you did when you were younger.
You don't have to be really
And
old to
I
do that.
disagree with Mr. Dixon. You can get a 85 to 100 inch high definition television for less than $1,500. Most of the presentations tonight did not need a larger screen. Okay, because when the slides were made, the print that was up there was large enough to read. Having a monitor in front of me in this particular case would actually be a smaller print than what's on the screen up there right now. So the other thing I've noticed over many years of making lots of presentations, wake up, Phil, is that the more electronics you put in front of people in meetings, the more they'll pay attention to what's on the screen, and they'll be fooling with stuff than they will be paying attention to what's going on in the meeting.
Well, I want to point this out though.
I'll give you a chance to
Okay,
speak. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So one of the things I do, I use my laptop, which is similar to the Surface that y'all have. I pull up the agenda from our website, and in that I can pinch it larger or smaller, and because my eyes also are failing me. You
Good.
don't have to be 65, but
How about 80?
I just blow it up to where I can see it. So I think we had the technology, but I'll concede to the fact that there's probably a $1,500 TV out there that we might.
Absolutely is.
And that's what we would try to do is get the best deal we could.
Or when we have things that have smaller print in them or more detail, pull the screen down. The projector I had was it was not effective for the kind of things we normally would do here. We need a $500-600 projector that will work in brighter rooms and gives you better zoom capability. But it would be well to the rest of council. If that was a 12-inch monitor up there, would that be okay with you?
Sure.
A 12-inch monitor,
Mhm.
12-inch.
I
Of
have
course
my
it wouldn't. You couldn't
computer
even
here.
read it. And so there is.
But we can move that one over there.
Okay.
No, my point
Come on,
is
guys.
there is a point where it's easily read by whoever's there, whomever might be there, and there is a point that it gets too small. My point is, for a lot of the things we put out here in micro print, it's too small to get to the detail. I use a Fresnel lens at home to try to read the stuff in the package, and even some of that is micro print.
I think I want to
It's a
follow
cheap
up.
fix.
Well, it's a cheap fix. I'm going to tell you real quick because I heard you. Some of the presentations we had here, more screens, bigger words.
That's right.
Because, and I'm going to go with him. Even my computer, I put bigger fonts for reason. Okay,
Yeah, there are times.
so more slides, less verbiage on each slide. That will
work
help in
well.
a short-term
Well, in
fix.
some of the images, just to be clear,
That's just-
like one of the images in
Sure.
in the Chiefs deal, I said I don't want them to be able to read it because, frankly, it's an actual case with actual data.
No, I
just want you to have the takeaway needs to be that we do have a system and we do have records and we are tracking a lot of information.
I'm just making in general, when we give a general presentation, more slides, larger font.
Yep.
That's short-term fix.
Yeah. And so,
sometimes we are also limited because we're looking at like a plat
I understand that.
that's supposed to be printed out on a piece of paper
I got
big
it,
enough for a kid's bath.
Well,
and I understand that too.
and I got feedback from my at-home person.
Yes.
He says, no, the angle is not bad when looking at that. You just cannot read anything on it.
Right. Right.
I try to make sure they can see that.
See this?
you can't really read it.
Right.
And that's what, So there is a way to integrate it. We'll have to look at that if that's something you want to do.
Those are things we can look at. Yes, sir.
On
What'll let-
Amazon,
what'll let
you
it
can buy
die?
an 8-foot diameter TV for between $2,000 and $3,000.
Okay.
You don't
And that
need one that
big
big.
TV. But if that helps Councilman Lee, but I mean, I'm happy with this, but an 8-foot that's like 3 feet larger than that. But
8
anyway,
feet.
that's what
You don't need an 8-foot.
I think we can move forward and start with whenever possible, larger presentations, so we can kind of spread things out to try to, and then go from there, and then be considering other things.
I'll be gone in 4 months, so I guess it really doesn't matter.
Oh, it does in the long term,
slow
because
roll it.
whatever we do, we could begin a habit.
Well, on that camera, just to let you know, I can zoom in.
Sure.
The problem is you start losing. I can zoom in close, but then you lose this, which we can always. I guess we have a big.
Well, the problem-
presentation, I can walk back there and
We
zoom in.
need to look at integrating.
The problem comes in on that, Deborah, is you zoom in for that, and no disrespect, we get busy, and
Right.
all of a sudden you're zoomed into one person where you want to see everybody. So
Oh, I agree.
it's a
I kind of
balance.
set it back.
Well, that's
And it's
where
tough.
we were to look at it, if when we do the when, say
Right.
when, not if, when we remodel City Hall, because that's what I'm afraid will happen one day. One of the things they have, you saw this used at the county courthouse. They have that voice following camera that zooms in on the speaker and it zooms out and gets the audience. It has all those presets, and I would hope that when we look at remodeling, that'll be something that
There's a lot of different
look
things.
at.
Unless somebody has something particular, we've had a discussion, we kind of got an idea on where we want to go with this, and let's hold off for any action and move on to the next item. Next item B, discuss a possible action on a proposal for service from 7Cs, a desal plant operator. I'm going to go here on this one. We don't have anything. Let's just leave it at that. Desal folks, they came a few months ago. We talked about it. I do know that they were on the agenda for East Medina last week at their board meeting. I know they have some different things trying to work with. One of the things, possibility, because the demands between Castroville and East Medina independently are not as much as they'd like to be able to build a facility. So they're considering a joint venture type things. We're working with the utilities, but we haven't got that proposal. We left them with the provide us a proposal. We were hopeful to have something. We don't. So this issue, unless somebody has a question that I may or may not be able to answer, we move on.
And I
Of
to clarify,
course.
ordinarily there would have been backup, but again, we had to have everything ready by
Right.
basically Tuesday, and we knew that they weren't meeting until this Tuesday, and thought we might have something, but
But we don't.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Mayor, you can answer.
Yes.
And I did some asking of questions, and I recall the presentation we were given.
Yes.
And I'm going to register this is probably not a good idea vote, because it's as presented, a non-refilled hole in the ground that may or may not work out long term.
Okay.
And there is no end to the water in the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America or whatever you want to call it today. And so we know for a fact that system will produce water. We don't know for a fact that a hole dug in the ground to a enclosed brackish water void will continue to produce suitable water far into the future. I'm sure you remember, Mayor, when there was going to be a 60-inch pipeline from Uvalde to San Antonio. And there were plenty of meetings over in Uvalde with people that wanted to invest in this huge pipeline that was going to give us, immense amounts of water. And yes, this relates to this issue. Come to find out, after all these meetings and all these investors to put in this huge pipeline, because there was some magic void of water underneath Uvalde nobody ever knew about, and it was just unbelievable. Turns out there was a problem with the well next to the well they were using that was backflowing into what they were measuring, and there really wasn't any water there. And so it all fell apart once they thought it through and got the data right. I'm just saying, why invest in a closed pot when you've got one that isn't closed? And so I think this needs a whole lot more explanation versus someone's thought about, hey, this is a good idea, or we reuse the water that we are already getting rid of.
Yes, sir. Mr. Murs.
I would actually like to echo Mr. Lee's concern about a deep water desalination plant as a general idea, independent of the specifics of this proposal, which were discussed in executive session.
Sure.
The idea of tapping into a deep aquifer with no recharge means that this is a solution that from the day we start construction has a calculable upper limit on how long it might be useful for. Means that practically speaking, we would then continue growing and developing, knowing that half of our water supply will need to be replaced at some point in the future. And that just seems to me incredibly unwise to invest in something finite like that. And so if we have to start planning for its replacement right from the get-go, why not skip this one and just start working on something more permanently renewable?
Okay. Thank you. If there's not any other questions, we'll just move on with this one. There'll be no action on this. Let's go to item C. Discussion and appropriate action on the interlocal agreement between Bear Medina, Atascosa, BMA, and the city of Castroville for the use of BMA property for a public trail system. Jonah, did you want to go ahead and take this? My understanding is we had an agreement. We got notified that they were going to end the agreement. You have, and folks with the park went to BMA more than once. I said this the last time, but now I'm going to look you in the eye and tell you, I know the folks at BMA very well. I know their legal counsel, who was actually the same legal counsel when I was at East Medina. And I want to share they commended you for your presentation. So thank you for that. And I'll let you go from there.
My pleasure. Thank you. I don't have a presentation. It was everything is in the packet.
Sure.
Basically what I'm coming to you, council, is just asking permission to move forward with the plan on installing 2 gates along BMA's canal, some signage, and some road material.
Okay.
When I discussed with BMA and their directors, some of the feedback that they got, number one, was they were very hesitant on moving forward with this interlocal agreement because of the track record that the city had with them. The second thing was having shorter term lengths. Instead of having a 10-year term length for these contracts, it would look more yearly or even bi-yearly. Something that both Scott and the city attorney and I discussed was having some type of fail-safe in there to where if the city is going to put this investment in, like the gates or the signage and the road material, that maybe the initial contract is for at least 5 years and then follow that yearly after that. In addition to that, the legal review of this new contract, BMA asked if the city could absorb that cost. Now, I didn't put any cost estimates in the packet because I don't know any of those cost estimates. I wanted to come to council and see if that's something council would like to entertain before I go out, get those quotes and estimates, and then come back to you all and BMA with those numbers.
Okay, I want to make a couple comments. Number one is, I think that's a smart idea. We need to have the numbers. Everybody needs to know what the financial commitment is. That's number one. The second one is, and I would look at our attorney, all of this has gone through our legal Okay, and I know them, I understand that, but I want to make sure the city is taken care of, covered. BMA, so people understand, it's Bernardina Atascosa County Water Control and Improvement District number 2, I believe. So they are a political subdivision also. So it's kind of like their limits of liability are kind of like ours limits of liability, and working together in those areas. I just wanted to make that as a record, as a document. So you're talking 2 political entities working together on that, and they have to protect theirs. We want to access it.
Absolutely.
But I commend you. My position is move forward, but that's a city council thing. Get the information, come back so we can put this issue to bed.
Well, to be clear, the direction tonight is, because we don't want to waste time, yours or ours, doing things that y'all are going to say no to right off the bat. So really we're asking, okay, these are the deal points they're asking for. Are any of those going to give you heartburn or heartache? Or do you need to know what the cost is first before you make the decision? We can give you some ballparks just off the top of our head.
And an estimate ballpark can be $7,000 to $9,000. That's because if we were to have those gates, and that's another thing, is they would like those gates professionally installed. So
is there funds is there ample funds in the park budget?
Not for something like this. We can cover some of like road material, signage, but something larger like the gate installation, that's something else.
So
it'll likely be absorbed by the general fund budget here realistically, but it would be something we would ask you to appropriate.
A budget amendment for the parks. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Burrs, you're the park liaison. I'm going to ask you to go first.
I think the Parks Board is very much in support of keeping access to these trails. I agree it'd be nice to have them. It's hard to say with certainty that this is a slam dunk or a no-go until we actually know the numbers, but I'd be very interested in hearing them.
Okay. Councilman King.
I'm all in favor. I mean, it's a very small amount of money to pay for the amount of additional recreational area that we get use of. I think it's a fair agreement what you came up with. I think it protects both parties, and it's going to be less than $10,000, but I don't have a problem with that at all. So I would, after the end of this discussion, I'd make a motion that we approve the agreement to move forward.
Okay, Ms. Martinez.
I agree. Everybody wants the trails. They love the hiking trails. They want still the access, and I agree with what Councilman King said.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee agrees that the trail system is important to the overall park system that we have here. We ought to press on and do this. I would like us to, I don't mind if we pass this tonight, if we could set some kind of a dollar limit on it. I noticed that Councilman King has no problem throwing around $5,000 to $10,000, but doesn't want to spend a few $100 on a projector. But anyway, I got that. One of the things that I was curious about, we've had overflow of the BMA canals before, and when they overflow in that area, they're going to damage things. I do understand that BMA gets no benefit out of our use of the trails. That's my read on this. It's strictly to our benefit. However, when there's an overflow of the canal, is the dollar on us to repair all that damage? Not that should stop approval
there
of this.
there was an incident where some of that water came down the hill, and BMA was notified of that. That would be a BMA cost. You know, being that the city is partnering with BMA, we would try to help out in any way, shape that is, whether it's putting some material up there to help divert the water back into the canal. But ultimately, the canal is BMA's property, and BMA would be responsible for.
Well, just to answer that really quick, because it happened in the past, that siphon that's there, where they have to go across everything. They've done a lot of precautions on this to prevent this. But I'm talking many, many years ago, a cow fell in and they had to drain the canal. And that's when we had water in the canal.
Yeah.
So they dug out the side and drained it through our park. So, I mean, it's a maintenance issue. And they worked with the city to help clean that up. But that's if and when water runs.
We'd love to have that problem.
And if and when they had a problem with the siphon. And that's a maintenance working with them. And I understand you, Bob, as far as cost to maintain and repair it, and that's kind of working together on it. Mr. Marchman?
One question, you said they want to install, the gates installed professionally?
Yes, sir. So in the past, whenever the first agreement started in 2005, at some point in time, city staff installed automatic gates. And according to BMA, they were not installed properly or to their standards.
There wasn't good H-frames, and the weight of the gate pulled the posts in, just like somebody doing a fence and didn't set it up corner on your corner post, things like that. And then also they went to, they want, instead of, in the past they had remote control clickers, no, they want keypads so different canal riders can go through them.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct
That's
in some of the
correct. Yes, sir.
comments?
Yes, sir.
So they're not bound to just one or two people.
That is correct.
It makes sense.
Yes, sir.
But nice job, yeah, I'm for it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think one of the, maybe Bob Leeds recommended this the last time.
Hey.
Have they talked about a?
Can I remind you to use your microphone?
Oh,
if
have they
you would.
talked about a,
Thank you.
you know, those fancy bump gates where you drive on it that opens the gate up?
I want to say, so we had not discussed that. I know they had discussed the automatic gates, and I think it was more to protect their siphon primarily, and then the access off.
Yeah, well, I can see that, but those, I mean, you know, we don't use them anymore because now you have these, and they're trying to restrict access, but to me, you just pull a cotter pin and swing the thing open.
I think
If you use these other kind of gates, which, you know, in years past, those were the standard, and they're very, very nice gates. If you know, but you might suggest that to them. It is an automatic gate. It's just not electronic.
But I see where y'all are putting a lock. They're allowing you to put a lock on the gate off of Highway 90.
we
And
do
then
not. The city, I don't believe the city currently has a lock.
I believe that's in the agreement, though.
It is
That allows y'all to put
that
a
is-
lock on it, so you can access for the canal all the way back from Highway 90
Yes, and
to
depending
get
on-
to the trail.
depending on where those gates would be,
Sure.
the city would have access either via lock or access code.
All right. Well, this is going to come back once you get final numbers, but at this point, for conceptual to prove, I'd entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the agreement as presented to us with a condition of the cost not to exceed $15,000.
I'll second that.
Motion made, seconded to approve this agreement with the not to exceed cost for the improvements required by the city. Now, does that include the improvements and their legal fees?
Yeah.
Total.
Yes.
Total cost.
Total.
Okay, not a problem. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you all very much.
Thank
Good
you.
job, Jonah.
Thank you
Good
very
job.
much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
Okay. All right, let's move on to items D, E, F. They all have to do with Flat Creek, final plats. One for the collector, one for unit one, one for unit two. We're going to take them all three separate items. I understand that, but I just wanted to call them all so you can just talk to them all. We don't have to do. It's going to involve three separate motions, but still. Brianna, if you would please. But I have several questions on this. While you're setting things up, I'm going to give you a couple of my comments really quick, and then you can kind of set a table here.
Okay.
I got it. I understand what you're asking for, but also, and I know P&Z has recommended approval on these, but I personally am going to ask that City Council not take any action on these, and they come back when we're closer to getting done, because each one of these has conditions and then approval based on conditions. So why can't we get closer to the conditions? Specifically, for example, and you have to help me on let's talk about the collector road. I read some of the paperwork. I seen some, and I seen the text dot, and that's a dedicated for that extra right of way. But does that include actual permit to construct the tie-in on Highway 90? Because I didn't see that.
Yeah, so they don't, it's not called a permit with TxDOT, it's a maintenance or donation. And they, in your packet.
Well, I seen the donation for the right of way, but I didn't see the actual permit to build the approach.
That is TxDOT does not issue a permit that says TxDOT permit, that is the official permit that TxDOT provides to the developers, saying you can go ahead and start that.
Okay, may I ask you a question then? When is that approach going to be built? Because we don't want to come into what we did on that other development that we waited
Well,
months and months and months on end before, and then it took another very important business owner to go to the state to trump them and get them to work on this.
well, they actually had their pre-construction meeting today at
Okay.
1 p.m. and they have kickoff for construction starting on February 9th, correct? Yeah, so it's going to
Okay.
get going because Alsatian Oaks was a little different because they had that secondary access that they could rely on before.
Right.
This subdivision doesn't have that. So
Right.
they have to make sure that roadway's put in or else they can't apply for building permits and they can't get certificate of occupancies. So they went ahead. I mean, they are good to go with TxDOT. They did pre-construction today and they're going to start the construction on that road on February 9th.
Okay. I'm also, and I understand the rules on planning.
Yes, sir.
I understand the final plats that bonds or performance things or commitments, financial things like that, and I got it. I guess I'm the old guy that says I'd rather have them completed because that makes them guaranteed. Because the final plat to me says everything's done.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but in accordance with our ordinances, they have provided everything that they need for final plat approval.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that says,
The other thing I want to ask you about our engineer.
Mhm.
Okay, the letters from our engineer are
Yes.
several months old
yes, sir.
and they're not sealed. And everything I've ever got from an engineer on an official statement, help me here, has an engineer seal on it. If I don't see an engineered seal on a letter, then that's not a final document. And that goes back to with the city. The city used to get information from engineers that weren't sealed. And when things didn't work out right, they said, "You don't see my seal?"
Yeah.
So I have a question on that too.
So I reached out to the engineer after we received your comments to see if that's something they could provide.
Sure.
And the engineering firm reached back out to me and said that they don't do that, that they seal their set of plans. He just reviews and approves them, and the approval letter is what he's always provided to the city. So
Okay.
he told me that he does not provide a sealed letter for that.
That tells me that if they won't seal it, they don't have full support on it. That's what that tells me as far as an engineer.
Let's back up though. To be clear for the rest of the council, what the mayor is asking is when the developer proposes their public improvements, they have to bond those improvements. So that they fail for whatever reason, there's the money there to fix them. That set does get sealed by an engineer, but it's by the developer's engineer. And those prices, those costs and estimates, et cetera, that support the bonding is all done on the developer side. Now, part of that is to put the cost on a developer, right? He has to pay his engineer to do all of that. If we were to put our engineer to go through that process, he'd have to go through the exact same process that their engineer goes through to justify those costs, et cetera. So instead of doing that, we take a sealed set by their engineer, we give it to our engineer. He doesn't do the same amount of calculate all the work they did to build it. He simply looks at it and says, does this look right? Have they accounted for everything they're supposed to account for in terms of square feet, square yards, material, looking at the materials, et cetera, just a list that they provide with what they submit. And then he provides a letter that says, yes, this appears to meet everything that is required. But they're not sealed for that reason, because to us, understand that would be a considerable cost to the city, and it would be a duplicative cost because we'd have to basically, they're paying their engineer and then we'd pay our engineer to do the same work.
Well,
that's why it's not done that way.
Okay, no disrespect to the developer's engineer, but the developer's engineer does not represent the city of Castroville.
Understood.
Okay, so that's my point.
Right.
From a legal standpoint, the fact that Mike Versailles signed the letter, that puts them at liability if we find out that that does not resolve the errors and omissions problem.
Okay.
He said in the letter clearly what he said. He says it follows the city of Castroville specifications, what they reviewed, and sealed or unsealed,
the firm is still liable for an errors omission saying if he signs it or not. The state of Texas doesn't require him to sign that unless he designs something. But I'm not worried about the seal being on there or not because the letter is from the firm and the letter stands on its own.
Okay, the letter is 6 months old. Nothing's changed in 6 months?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Say any other questions?
I'm sure I will.
All right, we won't limit you.
Okay, so first, what I did with planning and zoning is I just went through a quick timeline just because there's some people that were a part of planning and zoning, were a part of city council when all of these things went through, and some that weren't. So it's just a very brief background. So on August 9th, 2022, the city and the private parties executed a multi-party agreement to fund the design of the city water system improvements necessary to serve Flat Creek development. In August of 2023, the development agreement was approved by City Council, and it established the vested development regulations, infrastructure obligations, and phasing, anticipates the subdivision, annexation, and the public infrastructure constructions, and identified the collector roadway and utility improvements. In late 2023, the plan unit development, the PUD, was approved by City Council. It established the master development framework for Flat Creek. It confirmed the land use layout, the roadway alignments, open space, and infrastructure concepts. And it serves as a guiding document for the subsequent subdivision plats under Chapter 100. In August 2024, the final plat was prepared for Flat Creek. They had 3 different phases, as y'all see today. They have the Flat Creek Collector, the Unit 1, and they have Unit 2. The plat dedicates right-of-way, drainage, utility, and access easements, and designed to implement collector roadway commitments identified in the PUD and the development agreement. In September of 2024, FEMA issued a letter of map revision. They requested that. FEMA reviewed it and approved that. And in February 2025, the city engineer, K-Free & Associates, completed the review on all the final collector and all subsequent units, and confirmed that all prior comments had been addressed, found that the plats were in general conformance with the Chapter 100 subdivision ordinance, and recommended approval. And now in late 2025, the final plat was scheduled for the Planning and Zoning Commission, which they went ahead and saw in the January meeting and was recommended for approval. This right here is just an approved PUD plan. I know it's really tiny, I apologize, but just to let you know, if in case y'all weren't here when that got approved, this is what was approved. This is the site plan that was inside the development agreement. It's a very general site plan. Is it going to be always 100%? What happens? It's not, because as you go through those developments and through those units, there may be site constraints as they start the engineering process and lot layouts and all those things. Okay, Flat Creek Collector final plat. So I'm going to go through this kind of quickly, but slow me down if you need me to. Okay, so this is approximately 5.00 acre or 007 acres. Y'all know where it's located, right next to east of Alsatian Oaks. This is a final plat that's being requested at this point. And the current zoning, there's no current zoning because this is only for the collector road. So there's no zoning established with that at this point. Here's the location of the Flat Creek subdivision. So as you can see, like I said, it's just east of the Alsatian Oaks development. And it's north of what people call the Dickerson property. That's where the road is going to run through. Here's just the current zoning. This has already been approved. So it's single family residential, all of it. There's no commercial involved with this plat. Like I said, this is just the commercial collector, but I just put this on all units just so y'all knew what the zoning was. This here is the plat. Like I said, sorry it's so tiny, I apologize, but it's just little. This just shows where the collector's at, all the utilities, the infrastructure. But like I said before, the city engineer has reviewed the plat and the plans and has recommended approval on both of those things. This is just the second page of that Flat Creek commercial collector. So for open space, park and parkland dedication, That's not required for this plat because it's only establishing a public roadway and infrastructure. It doesn't create any buildable lots, so that doesn't apply to the commercial collector plat. As we saw, as stated in your packet, we do have the financial guarantee, so they did issue the performance bond as required for our subdivision ordinance. The maintenance agreement, that did go through the city attorney, and they did review all the maintenance agreement, HOA documents, all of those things, and did approve those. They went through them, and they had no issues. What with?
Hold on a second.
Yes.
You guys approved it all? You're our city attorney. Did you approve everything? Did P3 look at this? Did attorney? Okay, because which attorney looked at it for the city?
Yeah, I would have to look at the emails, but I know y'all did review all the documents, but I can't remember which attorney it was. It may have been Dan Santee.
Well, I'm also curious because you've been representing us now for several months. So what I'm trying to get at is we're relying on reviews that are multiple months old. Is it the same and nothing's changed? Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I'd like to see that correspondence too.
Okay. Okay, and just the same thing. Here's the community association documents. These are required per your final plat requirements for specifically for planned unit development. Here's the community association budget. All of this information is in your packet. This is just one page of it, but it's several pages long. Just wanted to show that that's what that is. And then the general information, this is public infrastructure. There's 0 lots on this. The setback's not applicable because this is just public infrastructure. There was no variances requested, and this is in accordance with the approved development agreement and the plan unit development, and the city engineer has reviewed and approved the final plat and plans, and the planning and zoning has recommended approval on this plat. That's all I have for this one.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Lee.
Yes, sir. You knew I would ask some questions. Are we just discussing the one item now? Or
Yes.
Discuss all three?
Just the one, the first one.
The collector road has nothing in there except the road area, right?
That's correct.
No parkland, no houses, no nothing.
That's correct.
How wide is it, road? Right away? 60 foot? 80 foot?
I think it's 80. Yeah.
Is that the one that says somebody else is paying for it?
Don't know.
It's a big arterial or it's a big collector roadway. Starts out wide, but as you get
I've seen that it chokes down.
goes out a little bit, but it's still even when I'll choke that one, it's 7. It says that's 60 in the smallest area.
60 in the smallest. So up close to the highway, the first part's coming in is probably closer to 80.
Yes.
But you have a median in the middle, right? That's what you already have driven. Okay. Got it. Understand. Are you finished, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Mers?
I just had a question. There was a note that there's no green space dedication on this one because it's just the thoroughfare. If it was all done as one big plat, would this acreage have been included in the amount when calculating the green space dedication, or what does public infrastructure get subtracted out?
I would have to review the ordinance. I can't remember the exact language for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, cheeky, but well done.
Anything else, sir?
That's all.
Mr. King?
So, in related to the mayor's earlier question, you're pretty definite that all of these were reviewed by the city's attorney?
Yes, I am definite. I sent all the maintenance and HOA documents to legal to make sure that they were approved.
Okay.
I don't review those. I don't know how to. So.
No further questions.
Mr. Marchman? Ms. Martinez? Okay, this is only the roadway through Mr. Dickerson's property. Is there any, and I know it's to access that, but I just thought I'd ask the question since it's going through that property. That's not in the city limits, right?
No, it's not.
That roadway won't be in the city limits?
No, I don't believe so.
It's not annexed, is it?
I don't.
From Highway 90 into the subdivision. So basically, the subdivision itself is a landlocked piece of a development
Mhm.
in the city limits, accessing through a road that we're fixing to approve that's not in the city limits.
I have to double check and see if we have any agreements with Terry Dickerson that imply future annexation.
Thought I'd ask that.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I just need to go back and revisit. We've had so many conversations, and as you've pointed out a couple different times, like some of these are old. Some of the conversations, yeah, he purchased LUEs
Yes.
from us, and part of that purchase, part of that back and forth was securing annexation. I just need to see if that's baked into one of the 2 or 3 different agreements that we signed with that.
I know
that partnership.
a lot of the property that Flat Creek is was Terry Dickerson's. It was all part. He kept
Right,
that front
that's
part.
correct. Yeah.
But
I'm talking about the front part.
and
I'm
I
talking about the
would
commercial area.
suspect that the road was part of that deal in there, but the road got missed being annexed. Appears possibly.
Well, yeah, I don't know if the road that you.
I was just
it's
curious.
Annexed or no?
I don't think Terry Dickerson's property like we're looking at here has been annexed, but we followed up with the county and they say they have some sort of like interlocal agreement with the city that roadway is going to be maintained by the city.
Really?
Review and approved by the city.
We approved and approved because it's in our ETJ and blah blah blah. It meets all those. But as far as maintenance on it, it ain't our road because it's not in the city limits.
Yeah, so but going back, I need to see if there was some
So I just-
guarantee of annexation at a future date
Okay.
by Dickerson. And I just don't remember, but I'll look at it. That's a great question.
Just thought I'd ask that.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I'll
Okay.
look at that.
So it's okay, no problem. I'd really like to see the documents from the attorney.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can
And-
read those
And,
emails.
and I'm sorry, I'm stuck on a stamp from an engineer from the city's engineer to make sure everything's right. I just, I've been doing this too long and engineer stamps everything to make it official. But anyway, that's my opinion. Yes, sir.
Just follow up on that. I mean, I've never had, been doing this all along. It's always my engineer that stamps them.
Okay.
I've never had a city engineer, whether it's an employee of the city or a third party outsource, they never stamp the review and approval. I've never had that done.
Well, I was here 20 years ago, and they were all done by the city engineer, stamped on top to verify the city stuff. So, and I was a retired public works director. So I respect your position, and we're good with that. Mr. Tondre, you're part of city engineer staff. What's your take on that?
I would say 30 years ago, every time city engineer typically would steal plans. That policy, most cities have gone away from that
Okay.
requirement.
Okay.
And if it's not in your ordinance that it's required, probably it does not be required.
Thank you.
And, an engineer signing his name with DE behind it, he's still liable for doing engineering work.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, I will accept that. Yes, sir.
So I'll try to talk about it if this mic can hear me. I used to be on planning and zoning 15, 18 years ago.
Yeah.
And we got all the stuff to come through us that had the stamp on it, like he's talking about. He's public work director then. And my concern was, what makes that the officially accepted thing other than a letter that you refer to it with? Okay. And so what would keep changes from being made, but you wouldn't know the change has been made because there's nothing that certifies that copy as this is it. If it's just a letter that refers to something, I don't know if I'm looking at it as the mayor looks at it, but it's like putting a raised notary seal on something. That's the document that matters versus referring to a document that hopefully stays the same from now on. And that may be a moot point, but I do remember when we would get 15 vellums or whatever, and we'd go through all those and they were all stamped because, this is what it is. This is the truth.
We do track the revisions, so they are noted. Like which revision is the final official copy.
Okay.
All right.
Brianna,
That gets
one last question, just the last question. We'll go for what, if any, are conditions to file this plat?
So before this plat can be recorded with the
Yes.
county,
Yes.
so they have to issue the water rights to the city.
No, I mean, on this particular one, the Collector Street.
Oh, for this particular one, let's see, they're gonna have to provide the as-built. All inspections have to be done through our department, our city inspector, Rodney.
Well, hang on. Let me just clarify something. On the Flat Creek Collector, if they provide the bond, they don't have to build it first. So what's the condition to get this particular plat filed?
Wait, I'm confused.
On the Collector, the Flat Creek Collector, this road, are there any conditions on that? If the council approved this tonight, are there any conditions that prevent that from being filed right away?
Yes, they still have to provide as-built to the city, and they still have to provide, do inspections before the city will take that on and record the final plat.
Okay, so they have to build the road.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you. Okay, got it. So this one has to be fully completed before it's filed.
What's the responsibility of the city? Now, the TxDOT, that's completely different. They have to do their own process with TxDOT. But the final plat for the city, that's what we have to make sure we have the as-built for, and we have to have the inspections for.
But no TxDOT approach.
Well, we're not going to take. I'll just say we're not going to record it until TxDOT says they're tied in.
They have access.
Yeah,
Okay,
we,
good enough.
Road to nowhere.
Okay.
We don't want to take it on until
it's.
I don't know.
When does it come into the city?
That's a great question. That's what I'm saying. I need to do a little bit of research because it does cross. I need to look at a couple of things. I need to look at any ETJ agreements we have with the county. But I agree with the mayor. Like, if it's not in our city limits, it's not in our city limits. Yes, we have an ETJ approval process. That's separate. But I just need to look and see if there's any agreement we have with Terry on annexation.
Sure.
I know that there was agreements, and Chad can speak to those better than I can, when this property was acquired by Kingfish for this development.
Right.
That road was a big sticking point for Mr. Dickerson to make sure the road got built, that where the road was. I mean,
I don't think he would have a problem with it. I just want to make sure all the bases are covered.
Well, it's not about whether he has a problem. I just want to verify whether, when, and if annexation is at this point in time right now required, because I'm not certain that it is.
Okay.
So the short answer is could be never. It might never be annexed.
But we'd still. But what you all recall is that we would be responsible for maintenance of the road for a road that doesn't.
Not this segment. We're only responsible for roadways that are within the city limits of Castroville.
And dedicated to the city.
Okay. Yes, Mr. King, did you have something? I mean, excuse me, Mr. Lee, did you have something else?
Would you come over here and point to me exactly the area that this particular agenda item is talking to? Is it that entire picture? Yes, I did. I did.
It's not for that.
It's in your packet.
The micro map on the screen up there.
It's on your packet.
Well, I'm sorry.
I know. I looked at the packet. I read all of that. Huh?
I'm sorry. What did you mean?
It's the
It
to
goes
the right.
back to one of the mayor's questions. I'm trying to understand now, again, exactly what this particular agenda item we're approving.
Is that the road?
That we don't know if it's going to be in the city limits or not, and exactly who's going to maintain it. If we don't, who does? Is it that entire box right there?
The entire box.
Let me help you here. The bottom part is Highway 90. The top part is the actual subdivision.
And there's a drainage depicted in there too. So
That's all drainage.
Okay, because there was something in the package about some of this being considered open space. Was that part of it?
No. This is an infrastructure, so there's no open space.
Okay, so somebody's got to maintain that, and maybe the HOA, I don't know, as I read this, there's a lot of it that becomes ours, but if this was Alsatian Oaks, then that would be part of what was annexed by the city, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so is there going to be any water used on any of that for any kind of landscaping or making it look nice? If so, are we providing them water that they're not responsible to give us water rights for?
Per our ordinance, we only require water rights for either a lot of land or for commercial I'm sorry, it's based off of the impact fees or the meter size. So per this, if there's not any of those things, which at this point there's not, then they're not required to provide us water rights for that.
Or they would not provide us any, as someone else brought up, nothing to do with parkland.
But there's no
Basically,
parkland.
Get a free ride there.
No, there's no parkland
There's no
here.
parkland here.
This is, and understand it's also cutting through what is not their property. They're only responsible for the road with their agreement with Dickerson. So, okay, I'm just making sure.
Is that within that entire box?
No,
No.
only the roadway.
The roadway.
Everything else outside the roadway, the drainage and everything, like all of that is Dickerson, on Dickerson property.
It's a tract of land that's just being used to depict the road as within a tract of land.
Yes, the paid service is all we're talking about. So it isn't the whole box.
Sorry, I misunderstood what you were asking. I apologize.
I didn't know if we were getting ourselves into a catch-22 here, that this would be a method to not have to give the city some of the things we normally would require of a developer if that was included in the overall project. Is this a way to work around that? Not that I would do it any differently maybe, but I just don't want to get to the point where you go, God, we really screwed up there. What we should have done is X.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the final plat for the Flat Creek Commercial Collector, conditional on legal review of all documents being complete.
If that has not already
Yeah,
occurred.
If
confirmation.
it's already been done, then it's already done and it needs to.
I second that motion.
Okay, motion made and second to approve the Flat Creek Collector final plat, conditioned on ensuring that it's all met all legal review. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Let's go on to the Flat Creek Unit 1 final plat.
Okay. So
In many ways, you're going to talk 1 and 2 together, but yet they're separate plats.
yes, so I'm sorry, it's gonna feel a little redundant.
So let's go ahead and talk about 1 and 2 at the same time, because I know when you talk about water rights, it's going to be cumulative.
Yes, so I'll try and talk about 1 and 2. It's just that the acreage, I don't have that in front of me, so it's not going to be exact. So, but okay, so for Flat Creek Unit 1, this is approximately 20 acres. The current zoning for it is single family dwelling. Same thing for Unit 2. And this is a request for final plat, and it's located in the same area that we were just looking at before. We just went through this. Here's the location. Here's just show that the existing zoning for this property is residential, and that's what they are platting for, is single family dwelling units. Right here is the first page of the Unit 1 final plat. I will get into like the details in just a second, and here's just a second page. When they're large plats like this, they typically take multiple pages. So the open space, first in the plan unit development, it shows a table that's, sorry, let me gather my thoughts. The table on the left-hand side right here is right from the plan unit development that was approved. This isn't always going to match exactly, because as people are, or as the developers going through their process and engineering and site restrictions and figuring out where those little parks are going to go and the sidewalks and stuff, it's not always going to match up 100%, but as long as at the very end, we have the acreage that we need to meet that open space requirement. But as you can see for right here, for Unit 1, 0.5 acres was required, but the open space that they are providing is 1.341 acres, so it's actually a little bit more than what they proposed for the plan unit development. And here's the water rights letter. It just shows that they are going to transfer 84.456 acre feet of water rights to the city, and that's going to be for the 138 lots for both Units 1 and 2. As you can see, these are pulled directly from the plat to show that Unit 1 has 65 residential lots, and the second unit has 73 residential lots. Just as you saw in the first one, there's a performance bond for this section also. The maintenance agreement, same documentation, it went through the same process. The legal did review all maintenance agreements, community documents, community association budgets, all of the things. And so just the general information for the Unit 1 is it will be single family residential. It's approximately 20 acres, 65 lots. The setbacks are based off of the approved PUD, which are 20 for the front, 15 on irregularly shaped lots. The side setback line 5 feet, and the rear setback line is 20 feet. There was no variances requested, and it is in accordance with the approved plan unit development and development agreement. The city engineer has reviewed and approved the final plat and plans for this as well, and Unit 2. And Planning and Zoning did recommend approval for both Unit 1 and Unit 2 as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, of course, I'm just going to echo my same concerns on both of these. I do want to make a comment. I'm going to ask you before I ask everybody else, what are the conditions on these? Because they're different than the road. What are the conditions in order to get the filing of the final plat?
Yes, so
if the council approves it.
The water rights do have to be transferred to the city or dedicated to the city prior to the plat being recorded.
Ownership of the has to be transferred to the city.
That's correct. The same thing about the as-built have to be provided to the city, and all inspections have to be done through the city, and the city has to accept the infrastructure prior to the plat being recorded at the county.
Well, I need to ask you a question because I want to clarify really quick when you keep referencing as-built.
Mm-hmm.
As-built plans come after the construction is completed.
That's correct.
But yet we're being asked to build, to approve final plat before construction's completed. That's why you have a bond?
No, yeah, so that's why you have the bond, the performance bond.
So you won't have as-built if you approve for a bond, approved based on a bond, right?
No, you still have to provide those when the construction's completed. They still have to go through inspection, as-built, and the city has to approve that infrastructure prior to the plat being recorded.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Even though it's being bonded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Is there a time frame on the bond? So they have to complete within a certain time frame, or is it just open ended?
I think it was 2 years.
I was just curious.
So that's after we go through inspections with the city and they say, yeah, we accept this infrastructure, we provide a maintenance bond for 2 years.
Right.
So if anything happens in those 2 years, our developer has to fix it, or you guys have the money to fix it essentially.
Right, right.
And then at the end of those 2 years, then you guys go out there and you're like, this needs to be fixed, and then our developer fixes it, and then now it's on you.
I want to make a comment that I don't mean to be disrespectful to you, but we know things have slowed down a little bit. We don't know. So, and I would hope that they would pick up. Okay. But if they don't, 1 year, 2 years, when do we get to call the performance bond and finish the subdivision?
Well, it's finished or is it maintained? Yeah,
No, I'm not talking about the maintenance, the finished things, because is it finished right now? Complete?
No, that's what the performance bond is for the remainder.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I say. I'm asking for a time limit on the performance bond before we just say complete the thing.
They do have a time limit that
I'm just
started.
asking.
Well, no, I'm just saying they have a time limit that started in August 2023 when their development agreement was signed.
Okay.
They have a 10-year time limit, at the end of which I believe the terms of their development agreement expire if they have not substantially completed their project.
Okay.
And so
fair enough.
That's part of that. That's sort of an upper limit on your time limit. If you want something closer, I'm not sure, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
That helps. That helps. And for clarity purposes,
Mm-hmm.
okay, there's no parkland dedication in this development. It's a payment in lieu of after so many lots are planted.
No, there's parkland. That's what that right there, the green / open space
Okay.
is directly from the plat, and that's 1.341 acres.
Okay.
Acres. I'm sorry.
And then on
Point that out on the map.
okay, but then on top of that, I know this doesn't come close to the number, but as they continue in phases and build out,
Mhm.
once they have so many lots planted, there's a 500. I know.
Yeah.
I was trying to be nice. Once there's 500 platted lots, then there's a check to the city for parkland
That's
use. $400,000.
Mhm.
I just wanted. Yes, sir. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. That's why I say I'm ready to approve 500 lots. But I want the check. Okay, but
That'd be a
anyway,
little while.
I know. I understand that. Thank you. But there's parkland on top of that, right?
Well, let's clarify what gets counted as open space. As open space, not parkland. I think parkland's misnomered.
It's green space.
It's green space. It's the
Open
drainage
space,
areas
yeah.
and things like that. It's not buildable.
Some of it can be green drainage.
Yeah, some of it can be drainage, some of it can be used as like landscaping on the sides of the sidewalks to make it pretty. I think there was a little bit of a misconception that everybody always thought that the parkland had to be like parkland.
No.
But that's not true.
No,
The
it's open
engineer,
space.
yeah, I talked to the engineer about that just to make sure that that was in fact not the case, and he agreed that no, that's not what your ordinance says. So it's just like little things here and there that create that green space, which typically is on the side of the sidewalks and landscaping going into the subdivisions. So.
I want to ask you a question on that one really
Mhm.
quick, and I'm going to take away from Bob Lee's thunder here.
Okay.
Shucks.
Water
I
rights.
was going to take away stuff.
Water rights.
Uh-huh.
I know you made a comment about our rules are 0.612, I think it is,
Per
per
lot.
lot.
Mhm.
Is it per lot or per equivalent dwelling unit?
It's per lot.
Okay, so we don't have a requirement for per equivalent dwelling unit. So when you bring up landscaping along the road, there's no transfer of water rights.
There
for
is
that.
not, and we actually talked about that. It needs to be updated in the ordinance, but that's not how our ordinance is written.
You update it to equivalent dwelling unit.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, ask that.
Yeah.
Great,
He
great
was
question.
gonna. I was gonna take it
I'm
from
not,
him.
I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're going to take advantage of us, but
I was trying to give 142 EDUs.
uh-huh.
There's 138 lots. We need about 40 EDUs for irrigation.
We'll take it all.
I was told it's 138, so it's 84 point.
I just told him this is what our ordinance stated.
And I respect that,
Yeah.
but you know, if you want to help us out with the landscaping, we'd be more than happy to accept that. But I got it. We follow the ordinance, but
And just so you know where the water right dedication is.
yes, sir.
Filled out the EAA form. The deed has been prepared. Jeff and I signed that, had it notarized today. I'll send it over to Buck Benson.
Yeah, you working with Buck?
I'm waiting for.
I need to sign it.
He needs to sign, have his thing notarized, and then Buck is going to record it in both Fair and County.
Once we get a document back from EAA said it's administratively complete, then we're good. It's ours. You know,
Yes, sir.
I'm following.
Yeah, I use Buck for water stuff. so
I
he's-
just bought some water rights last month with him, so yes, I know Buck very well. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over the conversation, but I just wanted to ask that. So, I'm sorry I interrupted you, but the water rights, the as-built,
The water right, the as-built, the inspections, and the maintenance bond is the last thing that's required, but it's already been provided.
okay, I have one more question on that, on the utilities. Water for the subdivision. I don't want to get caught with, I don't want to hold you guys up, so don't take this the wrong way.
Mhm.
We get the plat, that's the green light to sell lots,
Mhm.
because you have to have the final plat recorded to sell lots.
Uh-huh.
Then the builders, whoever they get to buy the lots, are going to want to build.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, how's our water requirements for that area? Or can we meet those demands out there? That's a question right here.
I believe
and right
so
there.
at this point.
Can
I
we
believe
meet
at
those
this-
demands?
I believe at this point we can. Now, when they go into phases in the future, I think we're going to get into where we're going to need that phase 2 water.
I don't want to make a promise that we can't take.
Hold on.
I mean,
Are we talking about water provision or water rights or what?
can we meet
Oh,
their, with the infrastructure we have, can we meet their water demands
Yes.
for these phases?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You follow where I'm going there?
And they have an agreement from us that states that. So, yeah.
Well, I just want to make
For
sure
phase-
that.
just
we
for
do-
phase 1, phase 2, we're still working through.
I understand, but I want to make sure whatever we commit to, we can fully commit.
That's correct.
Because, you know, I'm the guy that wants to, I may talk a lot, but whatever our requirements are, we want to own those. We want to do them. We don't want no halfway thing,
Understood.
okay?
Mhm.
Sorry. Sheena, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Talked way too much, I did, I'm sorry. Houston?
How many units are in phase 1?
65.
Uh,
65.
65 units in
Mhm.
phase 1.
And 73 in phase 2, right?
138 lots in phase 1, it's units 1 and 2.
Right.
Oh,
Units
okay.
1 and 2.
Between the two, it's about
65 and 73.
What we're
Unit
being
one-
asked to
Two
approve
units
tonight.
in phase 1. These two.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't understand your question. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
Phase 2
That's
has
it.
how many lots?
Mr. Murray?
70.
Oh, sorry. Phase 1.
Phase 1 is,
Phase 1 has 138 lots. future development, depends on our phasing, how we phase it. Phase 2, if we can do what we want to do, would be unit 3, 4, and 6, which would be 70s, 50s, and 60s. And that total.
And that's
water out.
lot widths is the numbers you're using there, because
Yeah,
it's different
sorry.
from the number of units.
So, yeah.
So
Next up would
probably,
be 3, 4, and 6.
Well,
so about
The only reason I asked the question,
It's like 200 lots, 220.
240.
I only want to say, and I got it, I understand, but so there's no misunderstanding for anybody that may be listening. Your phase 1 consists of 1 and 2,
Units
the plats,
1 and 2.
unit 1 and 2. And that's what we're being asked to approve, the plats for unit 1 and unit 2, which constitutes phase 1 of your project.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
and the reason I asked the question was for Scott, who said we can meet that water
Yes.
demand, and that was him.
And that's what I wanted to make
discussed
sure.
with council a while. It's now been almost a year ago, I think.
I just want to make sure. Mr. Merce?
No questions.
Of course he does.
Mayor, I'll gladly elaborate on the water with you and I later. And tell you-
Sir?
I'll elaborate on the water with you and I later and tell you how we got there.
Okay. I'm good. If that's what I'm being told by, want to look at my engineer out there. We got the water, right? We can meet the needs for this area. Thank you. Mr. Lee?
Yes, sir, Mr. Lee. I don't know if you looked at my response to a letter to the editor from the previous week, but we continue, in my opinion, to shoot ourselves in the foot with water. And there, depending on it, and I'd like to see your map to show me the parkland, because when I read this in micro print that's printed out for me to read, I didn't see dedicated parkland, but I read about maintenance of the parkland by the HOA, but I couldn't identify it other than those drainage areas, which you have to make a drainage area anyway. I saw the $400,000 that we were going to accept with conditions that it had to be for youth athletics. I think that's a mistake, that we put a caveat into what it's used for, because most people that use parklands are not playing sports. They're there with their families. They're there for their picnics. And my curiosity is, because I didn't see it on here, do I have a dedicated park area that's big enough for a pavilion and playgrounds and all the rest of that kind of stuff? Yeah, I'd like to see that on there if you don't mind. But while you're going there, let me talk about water. All these developments are based upon the commercial structure or the housing unit, yet they've all got grass. They've probably got an esplanade with grass. They've got trees. They've got all the rest of that stuff, which we're not requiring them to give us water rights for, which means they'll be drawing what's there for the structures that people occupy and do business in, and they're providing us water rights, but they're also drawing to water the rest of that area. It's coming out of the total the rest of the town is having to cover. And I'm saying that is just wrong, wrong, wrong. Okay, we've got to make sure that whatever is in that development, it's going to take any water, comes with transferable water rights, and I'll make that agenda item for next time or at the end of February when you guys are back, because we just keep shooting ourselves in the foot, and it's just stupid. Would you? Yeah, I get a little emotional about water. Water is my biggie.
Yes.
And parkland. Would you please show me where the park is and how big it is? I wish we had I wish we had a screen on the wall that you could use a laser.
The park that we're going to develop in the blue area.
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry.
How big is it?
It's 10 acres, 10.2 acres.
That's good.
It's 10 acres. And we're going
The next one?
to develop it as well. So it's not just going to be open space. We're going to have it's for the community. It's going to have
I don't think we can either zoom in or we can use the laser. We can't do both.
Yeah.
You can't use a laser on the TV screen.
We can use we have a thank you.
And we'll have what I call top lines, like little jungle gyms for kids. And we'll have covered pavilions, a couple of those. We'll have a very large covered pavilion
Okay.
for community gathering spaces.
It's adjacent to the main road.
Yeah, basketball court, some pickleball courts, just open space on the side towards the drainage area.
You said enough. Bless your heart.
Can I ask him a point of clarification about it?
Absolutely, sir.
Is that going to be open to all citizens of Castroville, or will it be open to the people in this area? Because I saw that it was going to be maintained by the HOA.
Maintained by the HOA. I mean, the pool, it has to be gated because it's a pool. So that'll be open to the residents. The rest of it, I mean, it's open, right? It's not gonna be gated or fenced, so the residents can go out there and use it. I'm not sure if the HOA will eventually have like, hey, you want to play pickleball, you gotta reach the court. I don't.
You're not gonna go there. That's an
it.
HOA
It's
issue.
detail for me.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted that clarification.
Will be, probably card key or something like that for the residents, but the rest of it, it's open.
It's similar to what you see in Alsatian Oaks today.
Got
A
it.
big playground that's anybody could drive up and use.
Well, I wanted to check.
Yeah, you know, yeah.
There'll be a
Okay.
road into the
All right.
community center with parking around it, and a circle.
So you're about ready to start building?
Okay,
We have more
finish my
questions.
questions. For the city,
Go ahead.
and I was so happy to get this 800 pages to review.
Well, Becca.
Anyway, a question I had sent in too late to have Mr. Dixon respond to it before the meeting is exactly what are the city's responsibilities, payments, obligations, and so forth to do with this project. We're going to obviously handle some bonds. Okay, we collect the money and I guess give it back to you or somebody, and we have maintenance requirements for the roads and utility infrastructure. What other responsibilities or cost is the city going to be obligated for? I know some of the developments we've done, we're helping to pay for their internal utility infrastructure, which does not appear to be the case here, I hope. And so the question I'd asked you earlier today, exactly what is the city on the hook for with this development financially and maintenance-wise?
Well, Mr. Lee, I'm gonna answer really quick and kind of get us back on the plat issues. Working with, I know Mr. Dixon and Dan, Mr. Jones, our attorney, we're working with P3, and we're going through, as we told council before, we're going through all our development agreements. There's even negotiating back and forth. There's been some proposal, maybe changes here and there, amendments, because I know when y'all first came for amendments to the PID, and then we've had discussions. The city's having discussions, and everything's on the table under review. I'm not going to say everything's going to be reinvented because the agreement was struck. There's an agreement in place, contractual agreement with the city, okay, on how those things are all explained. That's why I keep asking, is all of this stuff been approved by the attorney, been signed off on? Or I even brought up the comment about P3, because I know they're working on stuff like that. And I think they're close, and even working with the developers, legal counsel, and things like that, and trying to work out those. So I'm not at liberty to talk about the details on that, but it's getting there, and we have contractual obligations that the city will own, and the city will hold them accountable. So both ways. That's the short version of that.
Yes, I'm aware of that, Mayor. This is a done deal as far as the agreement, but council doesn't sit around talking about, why don't we take apart one of these development agreements and talk about it some night. It's these kinds of situations right here when they come before us for a decision that we actually read into it and say, I wonder why that's that way, or do we need to fix it? So that's all I'm asking right now. Poor Phil's going to go to sleep. Is what are our obligations? I'd like to understand that, because this won't be the last one that comes before this council.
Can I?
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and answer that. So the obligations is the city's obligation to take care of is everything that's dedicated to the city after it's completed. So that's what the city's responsible for. So that's going to be streets, that's going to be utilities, all of those things. Of course,
sidewalks get dedicated.
Huh?
Sidewalks don't get dedicated.
Sidewalks don't get dedicated. That's part of the HOA, what they maintain, and of course, all the amenities is part of the HOA. But anything that's dedicated to the city is going to be our responsibility after that 2-year maintenance bond runs out.
Drainage, I don't believe it gets dedicated.
Well,
I
open
think so. I think
drainage.
that's part of the HOA because it has the trails.
But everything has a 2-year maintenance bond agreement. And after that point is when the city takes over the maintenance activity.
For those publicly
things that-
dedicated.
Open
for those
That was
drainage.
the answer I was going to give, with the caveat of, because I liked your answer, Mayor, with the caveat that we are revisiting some of these items.
Yes.
to try and tighten up and clarify what is it that the city has to maintain and when,
Right.
and what is it that the PID or the HOA maintains and when.
Okay.
Because it isn't super clear in some of our agreements. So we are tightening that up.
Oh.
And
Those will come back to council for final
Yes.
approval, just like they'll go with the developers, and it's kind of a negotiation, things back and forth. They come back for final approvals.
Okay, are we mowing Flat Creek drainage area, or is the HOA taking care of that?
Oh, no. HOA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I saw a lot of the green area, the stuff that makes it look nice, streets, around sidewalks, public building, your private building. But, things like for the rest of the city, we shred or mow in those drainage areas and so forth. So I just want to be clear.
Well, one of the
Thank you.
questions that I had earlier about the drainage, Flat Creek, the stuff behind the car dealership, the city's 8 acres up there. It's kind of like the headwaters of that, or what comes out of Country Village through Alsatian Oaks comes over to Flat Creek. It goes under Highway 90. It channels and it goes under 471. And then it goes out and just follows natural terrain, and back behind the high school just spreads out, and then comes back together with Medina River and Lacoste. And my whole idea is no matter what we do, we don't have a negative impact on any of that. That's why I brought up the question about TxDOT. But I seen the documents and the stormwater reviews, and I'm okay with that. And but I just wanted to bring that up because that's an issue for not just y'all, but for all the way to Lacoste. And I appreciate y'all looking into that too. I know FEMA, people tell me, but it's more than FEMA. It's making sure the TxDOT is happy too, because those are their drainage structures.
Back to my question on our obligations. Go
Yes.
ahead. She was answering them.
I think I got anything that's dedicated to the city is going to be our obligation after, like I said, the 2-year maintenance bond or 2-year maintenance agreement rundown.
To the extent that they have drainage, like
but the drainage is not
dedicated
dedicated.
drainage pipes, like storm sewer.
Okay.
If it's dedicated to us, that'd be ours. The streets are ours. Whatever else I said.
Gas going in out there?
Water, sewer
Yeah,
lines.
water and sewer lines.
No gas.
No gas. As of right now, that's an
That's fine.
item that's not listed. It's something that will be on the next.
Okay, I did see written in there a number of times, the city has no financial obligation from any of its financial sources to cover any of your financial responsibilities. Is that correct? That's the way I read it in there. Mr. Dixon isn't answering that.
I didn't. I'm sorry. I was looking at the mayor. I'm watching his responses.
It's a city utility.
The gas.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. The problem is we don't have a require. Here's the issue. Well, again, I don't know how.
There is no CCN for gas. You're not required to do it, but it's a city utility.
Understood. But if we want, we can't force them to build it out and dedicate it to us, is my understanding. And so if we want gas service out there, we'd have to fork it out to build it.
I disagree with
to the
that.
property
That's,
line.
That's just my opinion.
Maybe that's something that we can look into
At
our
the time we
subdivision
were doing all
ordinance.
the negotiations, this was part of the issue we really struggled with as a system. We didn't have a good idea of what capacity we could provide or not. And we finally, when we first went to CPS and said, hey, what's the system capacity? Oh, we don't know. Well, okay, what would it take? Well, it'd be $500,000. What do you mean it's $500,000 to get a capacity study? Yeah, because we're going to have to anyway, that was their solution. We ended up getting a better solution. I think it cost us $35,000. I'm looking at Brianna. She had nothing to do with it. It was John and I went and got that done, and we finally got the gas capacity report back to council. I'm looking at Phil and Sheena.
You guys realize how many houses want those little decorative fireplaces with log lighters?
So he was asking whether we had capacity initially. I said, I don't know, but I'm pretty certain we can serve you. But then when it came around, I think the expectation was, well, y'all are going to build it, right? Because that's what CPS does. They just build it for all their developers. Well, no, we're not going to build it. Oh, well, then we don't want it then. We're not going to do gas.
Okay.
That was kind of the
I'm not going to relive it because those are agreements.
Yeah.
Sir.
I if I may, I feel like we're getting pretty far off of the plat. I know that all of these
I know
issues are
we are.
related to this
I know we
development
are.
agreement, and the whole development agreement is in the backup for this item. But I feel like we're pretty far afield from what constitutes whether it actually meets the criteria for approval. Because ultimately, if it meets the criteria for approval, we're kind of required to approve it. Sort of. Like, we don't have a whole lot of leeway there.
You can
And so
you can
I
say
feel
yes,
like
you
if
can
we-
say no, you can say yes with conditions.
I feel like if we want to have an agenda item where we pick apart one of these development agreements, I'd be fine with having that. We should
Okay.
make that a separate agenda item.
Okay.
Possibly its own special called meeting, because I feel like we could do that all day, because we've done it all day before. It ended with a development agreement policy that we trashed earlier or late last year. But I feel like maybe we should get back to this item, which is Flat Creek Unit 1.
Sure, and I'm back to what I asked you. What are the conditions to get the final plat recorded? We go from there. You've talked about that, and focusing on the plat. Is there any other discussion concerning the final plat, specific to the approval of the final plats? No, if not, I'll entertain a motion.
And we're doing them individually, correct?
Individually, we're going to do a final plat for Flat Creek Unit 1 final plat.
Thank
Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to approve the final plat of the Flat Creek subdivision, Unit 1.
To be recorded once all the conditions have been met.
Of course.
As presented.
As presented.
Second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made and second to approve, as discussed. Any further discussion? None, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries.
Item F, can I make a motion?
Absolutely, sir.
I make a motion that we approve the final plat of Flat Creek subdivision, Unit 2, as presented.
I'll second that one.
Motion made and second for Unit 2 of Flat Creek, final plat as discussed. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Oh, motion carries. We're good. We'll talk more. Okay, I'm sure we will. Long night, but I'm glad we got it done.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right, let's move on to item number 13, City Administrator's Report.
Hey,
You got 2 minutes. Oh, no, go ahead.
I'll try to keep it brief, but there are several updates.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Excellent job. I hope you feel better. Your throat's bothering me.
Send me the presentation.
It'd be worse.
You get kudos for yeah.
We need that presentation as well.
I think it came right after Adam. I think it came right after Adam and Eve.
Mr. City Administrator,
Yes. All right.
report, please, sir.
Yes. So first, I'm going to cover my report and then some items from the staff reports. Give me 1 second, and I'll get back to where I was. Okay. So drainage projects, the Geneva Channel at the last council meeting, basically the motion, the motion was have staff go and talk to the owners about a flag lot. After all that discussion about
Yes.
safety and the road and everything else, there was actually, the motion didn't have anything to do with any of that stuff. It was look at a flag lot, which would basically be a separate entity.
Leave the drainage as is
Yeah.
and waive the fees to replat for flag lot.
Right. We went, so I met with the owners that evening outside, and there was very little interest in doing a flag lot. But we went and looked at the road subsequently, and we took measurements, and I sent some of those to, I know I sent it to the mayor, just some pictures, but as you saw in the report, at its widest point is 13 feet, 11 inches, almost 14 feet. That's there kind of closer to the road to Gentiles. And then, and I'm only talking about the section with the road base on it. That road base goes to what we or anybody else would consider the developable portion of that second rear lot. It goes to the edge of that. At that point, it's 12 feet 7 inches, which is about 12 and a half, right? Beyond that, it does get very, very narrow. It's also unpaved, and right now, and there's no intention for us to, we never, well, one, we never said we were going to pay the road to begin with. I said I'd provide some millings and try to make it so y'all can get in and out, but not pave the road. They will be required to pay that road when it comes in. We're still not completely done. I'm still going to try and give them as much width on the road as we can. But the other night y'all heard things like 8 feet, et cetera. And yes, as you get all the way down, if you were to drive all the way to the river, which there are things we've talked about, signs of pedestrian access only, et cetera. If they did their own flag route or a flag lot and had their own entrance as a private drive, that would solve a lot of their concerns there. We've talked about, as we get further down on the development, whether we could do something along the top, like a curb or something else, especially where we're doing the concrete abutment, where we could have that extended to somebody, just like you see actually on whatever road I referenced before. Anyway, point is, we're still working on that, and I will continue to keep you updated. Country Village channel, we are going to look at staff doing that regrade. I think this project, if nothing else, proves that with the right equipment, our staff can go in and reshape an area and reclaim it. And so that's, I know one of the things that we get a fairly consistent complaint about from one specific individual about that back area. And they're absolutely right. We need, that's been silted over. It needs to be fixed. That's now being scraped out of the agreement with MP Homes. They were going to do that, but I think it'd be a lot cheaper at the end now and at the end of the day for us to try to do that in-house. So we're looking at doing that. It really comes down to who and when, because we do have a limited staff, and I can't stress this enough. Every time we bring up a drainage issue or a streets issue or the ponds out at the wastewater treatment plant, right now, that's all the same people. And that same people was one for a long time. We still have a gentleman that's out on injured reserve, basically. And I don't know if he's going to return or not. We're still working through that. So we've had one guy in streets. Now we have a temporary helper filling in right now. It's a young guy, like young, like out of high school, young. Anyway, I just met him at the Cowboy Breakfast the other day. Garza Creek, that's out for bid right now. That'll probably get awarded by y'all at the first meeting in March, is what I'm expecting. Assuming everything goes. BMA we talked
Can I
about.
ask a question about the Country Village drainage?
Sure.
If that's taken out of their development agreement, would it be replaced with something else?
No, we're going to remove the 380 altogether.
Okay.
So the way that we were doing those offsite improvements is we were doing them through 380s on their tax, their tax receipts, and give it that 380 agreements where we give a portion of that back to them. And ultimately, and this is one of the things that I think P3 and Dan Jones have brought to the table as we've talked about these things and looked at them with fresh eyes, is these are opportunities to include those in the PID. Some of those things legitimately, when we were first talking about, they were outside of the PID area, they're outside of the property. But one of the things that I think Mary brings to the table is no, she negotiates these all over the state. She's done 140 of them or whatever it is. And that's absolutely negotiable in the PID. And that absolutely is a PID cover cost. And we absolutely should include that. So that's where we're seeing opportunities to not give them as much money from the future tax receipts and leverage it into the PID instead. So we're doing that.
Let me ask you a question real quick on the Garza Creek one. I seen it advertised in the paper, but we have it in the
Civcast.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, that got done actually before the paper advertisement.
Okay.
Did I misspeak, Brianna? Did it get posted to Civcast?
The Garza Creek?
I need to
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we'll double check.
Okay.
But
just thought I'd ask.
I know that we reached out to him before we even posted it. The streets maintenance and please stop me if you have a question along the ways. Street maintenance and paving plan. We'll get in that more detail at the CIP workshop, which is this Thursday. So y'all get to be with us all day because you get a CIP workshop from 10 to 4 on Thursday. And then for those of you who are going to the chamber, which I believe was Phil and Houston. No, I'm sorry. Houston and Sheena. Dang it. Now I don't remember. I think there are 3 of you that responded and said you are going. I thought you said you were going. You and Mary. No?
Oh, that chamber thing.
Oh my God.
That's 29.
So it's the mayor and Phil and Houston and your spouses
are going.
Yes.
To the chamber.
Thank
Thursday
you.
night.
Yes, Thursday. This Thursday.
Ray Keller.
For the men in the room, I'm just reminding you.
the Braden Keller, isn't it?
Braden Keller. Braden Keller on Thursday evening. So you'll get another reminder at our CIP because I'll say, hey, see y'all at the banquet in a
Why is
few
that
minutes.
they didn't do it CIP?
Because it's the same day.
Oh, but one ends at 4 o'clock and one begins at 6. So
Six.
they better
That's
not
right.
be an overrun.
No, that's right. And I'm just letting you know and reminding you about those things. Okay.
This is why I'm getting off council, so I don't pull out all my hair before
This is
I
fun,
turn
though.
30.
Oh, no.
It's like arguing with him, like arguing with Mary. Sorry about that, Mary.
CPSC dispute. I don't have a meeting yet, but it's looking good. It's looking more and more up. I think the mayor.
I'm working that. I have
twisting some arms.
Their governmental affairs people are trying to put us in the schedule.
Yep. Community Center at Regional Park. That is progressing. I did get an updated date. I said in here, I say scheduled to be complete by the first week of May because as of the date of this report, which was last Tuesday, that's the date I had. Well, we finally got their actual, like contractually, we've counted all our rain days, we've counted the government shutdown days, and this is the date. Now, and they're saying end of May. Now, we still need to verify that through legal. I need to make sure there's not a force majeure issue with government in their contract where government shutdowns, like where they have the option of including those days. Because it's been brought to my attention that may not be the case. Like they may not get to count those days. It may only be rain delays. So we need to get back with them on that. And then they're also, because of the shutdown, they are trying to tell us that we owe them a little bit more money because they had to remobilize. I mean, it's all justifiable expenses, at least from a rational standpoint. But we need to make sure they're legally and contractually justified. It's not a lot of money, but it's worth a little bit. Okay.
Why did they have to remobilize? They didn't take their office anywhere.
Yeah, all their crews, and the guy got reassigned because he didn't have anything to do. Yeah, I get it. So we need to look and see if legally we're in agreement there. Right now we're playing nice because we want them to keep working. Facilitated council workshop. I've already talked about that. That's 27th and 28th of February. That is up at the hillside. We'll talk boutique hotel.
Yes. You weren't there this morning.
Yeah, it was great. Excellent. I don't know if you want to speak about that now, Mayor.
No, go ahead.
Okay. It was just an excellent turnout. I mean, a lot of people there and a great opportunity to showcase our hotel. And hopefully they leverage that. I was a little disappointed that they didn't leverage it more than they could have. They had flyers at the tables, but my gosh, turn that into a marketing promotional.
What I say, look out the window.
Yeah, I know.
Sometimes someday when it rains, it's such a beautiful view out there.
I know. For you all who aren't listening, you need to go up there. It is great.
It is. They've done a lot of great work, and we're hoping they can capitalize on it.
Not that we would ever use our governmental positions to promote a particular business.
We're promoting all of our businesses.
We're promoting
today. We're promoting that one.
We were there today, and we were a sponsor of the event, and they did a great job. Leave it alone.
So the council workshop, you should actually, I think, have already received a survey request from our
filled it out
facilitator. That's great. It shouldn't take more than about a half hour to do. I was supposed to send out like a preview, but I haven't done that yet. And I was just going to say, well, I'll do that in my report tonight. But apparently, she already sent it. So
yeah, Kathy did.
That will also be given. Ms. Solis confirmed she'd received it, and any other candidate that applies,
right?
We're going to reach out to them and get it to them as well. Multimodal planning effort. I'm going to hit on that in Brianna's report. I want to call attention to the calendar that she's put in there so you see that. So you can't say you didn't see it in the future. Well, I guess you can still say it, but at least this will be recorded. Medina County Public Utility Agency. We talked about that earlier this evening. Y'all did take action to approve that, right? The PUA?
That'll be on your next. It's not on the agenda.
Oh, okay. So it'll be on the next agenda. So it's I've provided
backup.
There's
notice requirement.
That's right, the notice requirement. I've provided backup. We're already starting to notice on this. The takeaway on the PUA and its purpose really is just it's supposed to just open up opportunities for funding. Now, speaking as your city manager, your city administrator, one of my concerns is that when this was all kind of sold as we're going to work on this regional effort, Yancey was really carrying the ball, and they still are. They are paying the vast majority of the fees. They're the largest participant. But that said, it was kind of like, here's your obligation. It'll be $1,500, $2,500. And actually, no, it's been like $2,500 a month for the last several months because of legal fees and other things to get this thing set up. and that's just our portion, and we only represent whatever it is, 5% of those costs. So I only say that to caveat it that we do need to be. I think this is a good effort. I think we should continue to support it at this stage, but we need to be wary of what it's costing us, and just that it eventually produces some fruit that we can taste. And that would be the interconnections and some of the things that we're trying to pursue right now. Chamber contract. The mayor and I and your liaison, council liaison, Councilman Marchman, will be meeting with the chamber on February the 9th, I think.
Yeah.
It's after I get
February
back.
9th?
February the 9th.
I believe that's right.
Okay, I got it right.
It's a Monday. Yeah, it's a Monday.
Really? 2/9/11.
It's a day after I get back. So we'll be talking about the things we're going to be talking about. Really, are one, how can we better leverage the hotel motel, but also what can we collaborate on with the chamber to get things done. One of the real concerns is social media and marketing. With the absence of that tourism position, that was one of the things he was doing a lot of, and the chamber wasn't doing so much of. And we need to do the city needs it, and so we both see that as an opportunity. The other big area that we're going to talk about is events and event promotion and carrying out events, to talk about what that looks like. The grant, we did get awarded the grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife, so that'll be on a future agenda. We didn't know, when this was getting created, whether that would be the case, but it was in fact awarded to us. It's a 50-50 match. So you all, again, we're not beholden to accept the money. It was a rigorous process to get it, and if we were to say no, the likelihood we'd get one anytime soon is pretty remote. But that said, we don't absolutely have to accept it.
Which was it for?
I need to verify that, because I think what you were referring, y'all were speaking the same language. I thought it was for basically you apply for 750, and you'll get a more detailed report when this is on your agenda. They didn't award us the full amount, but it was close. I just don't remember the amount, but half of it would be ours. So let's just say it was 600, then 300 would be us, and 300 would be them. And it was something in that neighborhood. It might have been 330. So it's like 660, and we asked for 750. I don't know the details, but
when we applied for that, we said if we're granted it, then we would decide whether we were going to take it based on the amount of match required.
That's correct, and that'll be part of that. Will be in your Thursday CIP meeting. Right. We're going to talk.
We haven't accepted it yet.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about your fund balances and talk about your borrowing ability and some other things on Thursday. Right. Give you a greater. I think I have it. All right, and then don't get arrested. If you have a warrant, please get it taken care of. In February, we will be doing a warrant roundup. We aren't going to tell you when, because it'll be a surprise. And we don't want to surprise anybody, really. We prefer you just come in and take care of it.
If you've ever been part of that, it's pretty interesting, because they stop you, they run the background. If it comes back with outstanding warrant, you're immediately under arrest.
Yep.
You pay it, or you go to Hondo.
Yep.
Just that quick.
Or they go to your house and get you out of bed.
Yep.
I've seen it.
Just that quick.
That's what it'll be a task force, and we're going
quick.
to go round up people. I mean, it's a roundup. We're going to round up people. Now, we are focusing.
I don't like how much you looked at me when you were saying that.
There will be no breakfast, so remember that.
I feel like you're looking at me, honestly, but I've never.
3 squares a day, man.
All right.
Okay.
That's my report. I was going to get into staff reports. So any questions on my report first? I see Councilman Lee.
Yeah, I had my hand up for chamber contract, but my hand wasn't big enough. You couldn't see it, so small over here. I had sent yourself and the mayor and I believe Councilman Marchman some questions about the chamber and what benefits they get from the city and vice versa. I think it would be useful if you guys would answer those so you have those at hand when you go talk to the chamber, because my understanding from the questions I've asked, we're basically making available at city expense tens of thousands of dollars of revenue to the Chamber of Commerce through old-fashioned Christmas spot rentals on the square. Anyway, we don't have to get into any of that, but just as you have discussions with them, I think there's already a significant contribution the city is making at the city's expense to help keep the chamber going, which is, I'm okay with that, but it needs to figure
Thank you.
Yeah, that'll be part of our discussion. Sponsorship and city's recognition of sponsorship, whether in kind or in actual dollars. And we're definitely going to talk about that. If there are no other questions about our report, I just wanted to quickly go through some of the staff reports. There's great pictures of the before and after of the roof getting cleaned at the airport. Of course, that didn't matter when the trees were there because you couldn't see the roof. But once you get the trees out, it looked pretty gross. So now it looks great. It's clean. As was referenced by Councilman Mers earlier, when you get into the community development, Brianna has helpfully provided what the totals were for building permits. So you see new build totals. In 2024, it was 19. In 2025, it was 41. And in 2026, we're already up to 50. I'm just kidding. I don't know. But,
well, those are for December. Just December in those.
Oh, is that December?
Yeah, so.
Oh.
40 some odd permits
It's not
a month.
the total for the year. That's for the month. Okay.
She does more than one every 10 days.
It's a lot. We probably need to have annual total here too.
I think that's on the next page, actually.
803.
Permit count by type, 2025 wrap up.
Yeah. There we go. 85. Yeah, it still didn't get. It shows them first. So. Okay. And then fee collections. All right. So then below that, you can see Castroville active transportation grant. That's what I'm calling the multimodal planning that we're going through right now. You can see helpfully she's made a list. She's got little check boxes. We did this, then this, then this. I just want to call your attention. The next thing will be a public engagement meeting on February the 2nd. That'll be next week. And then you can see after following that, receive feedback, create a draft plan, open the public comment period for that plan, bring the findings from that to the council. So now this will be tweaking that plan based on public input, getting that feedback, creating the final plan, then bring it to P&Z for not for adoption, but for recommendation, and then to council for adoption. So just again, we're just methodically going through that process. Thoroughfare plan, you know, I sat across from Jessica this morning, Castroville, the county commissioner. She's been very involved in supporting the judge with their thoroughfare plan. We had anticipated it was going to be adopted this time last year. That's what we were being told. So we've kind of put our thoroughfare plan on hold because there's elements of it that are supported by the county's plan. And so we put ours into that. She said they have a couple more months of doing internal review, and then they want to take it back to the cities and have us review the county plan, and couldn't give me true politician. She's caught up very quickly as a new commissioner, what I consider still a new commissioner, because she didn't give me a firm date. But that's where that is, and it's still staff advice not to try and adopt the thoroughfare plan ahead of the counties, because we think they'll have it pretty soon, but pretty soon is relative. 6 months, in the next 6 months, maybe.
Just a question. I mean, how much would it cost if we just adopted what we have, and then after they finally do theirs later this year or next year or whatever, we adjusted ours to match?
I don't think it's necessarily a cost issue, because we kind of already got the lines on the map, and there's no requirement that it be stamped or we have a thoroughfare plan. We could go ahead and do it.
I mean, I'd kind of like just to, if we have the document, adopting it, knowing that we'll probably adjust it slightly in a year or two, still gives us a little bit more leverage over people who come to the table and want to break up their land. So
you've heard his comments. I'll talk to you about that, Mayor, and staff can work on putting something together to bring it forward.
What else do you have?
I'm almost done. I know y'all know that great things are happening in the library. Great things are happening in the library. They're applying for grants left and right. Parks and Rec, there are more pictures about the splash pad and what is going on there. I'd shared similar pictures in the past, but if you didn't notice them, go look at those pictures. It'll kind of tell you what's going on there and how bad that is. I know we've had some complaints about the pool. I've been reassured the pool temp has stayed in that 79 to 81 degree window that it's supposed to be in, despite the issue is when it's 18 degrees, 79 to 81 degrees doesn't feel like 79 to 81 degrees because the rest of your body, and we don't have shower. We don't have, I mean, it's clear. We don't have the facility there for them. They literally just get out of their car and go in the pool. And so it's going to feel very cold, but the water has been within an acceptable range. Bob, you're feeling.
Since it's in my district, and I have a love for Miss Delavan's Park, I asked about the heaters at the pool and I guess everybody read the letter from Miss Shearhart, and I understand there is a problem with one of the heaters.
The heaters have had issues since day one almost, and we've gotten them working, and then a separate issue will happen. Like we had a chlorinator issue, and so
Y'all can talk about that more later. This is more of a report.
Yeah, I understand. I had a question that said the Parks Board authorized use of funds, and I didn't know advisory boards had the authority to authorize use of funds.
only if it's donated funds from.
No, that's you guys need to talk about that.
Yeah, I'll have to look and see. Where did you see that?
Okay.
It's on page 1028.
In his report.
Park Special Project Fund. Parks.
As a general statement, advisory committees make recommendations to city council.
Yeah, so the exception is the parks advisory funds are donated funds. They're not council money. Does it go through the city?
Yes.
It depends on what you consider go through the city.
Does it go through the city's accounting?
It has to.
Yeah, so
then it's the city's funds.
It's in an account.
Okay, then it's the city's funds.
I understand, but our policy, and I need to make sure this is in writing, is that the advisory board directs.
I'd like to see that policy.
Yeah.
Okay, then we can go from there.
This was also a relatively small amount of funds.
Okay.
It was either 4 figures or very
Got it.
low
Yeah,
5
$500.
figures.
We can talk more on that. Is there anything else you want to report on?
I don't think so. I can see that you're wanting to run it. If y'all have any questions, let me know. I'm gonna tell you a couple, just two.
No, I just don't want to get off on a
Going
tangent on discussions.
I'm going on vacation next week. Our mayor is going to be in D.C. During the same time period. In my absence, I am going to appoint, as I typically do, a staff member to kind of be the go-to person for day-to-day issues. That'll be Chief Kohler. I've already talked to him about that, so he'll be the man in the seat. And then I've already mentioned CIP and chamber meeting, so that's it.
Well, if you need something, call me because I'm always looking for a way to get out of a meeting. No,
I'm sure retired.
Next week I go my annual trip. This will be my last one, but I have sit downs with both our senators and several of our congressmen representatives seeking monies in support of rural water issues. And so we'll be back at the end of the week. You're still out floating in the water. Okay.
I'm going Saturday to Saturday.
So we have we're putting that together. But anyway, we'll be around. If somebody needs something, holler. Say y'all missed a good. Sheena, you were there. Phil, you were there. Pretty good turnout on that. It was a big thing about data centers this morning and water. Of course, very clear. City of Castroville itself doesn't have any, but there's at least 4 of them that call Castroville address. So we get brought in with that. But as far as water rights, making sure that everything is taken care of, it was a good conversation.
And we had a great turnout for the Cowboy Breakfast, and I appreciate those of you who were able to make it. I think it was.
Just related to the meeting this morning.
Yes.
Really big thing that benefits Castroville.
Yes.
Is that as of January 14th, we became part of the Bear Metropolitan
Planning Organization
with Textile. So we should, right now, we're in a big fund where you all don't know about that, but right now, a big state like San Antonio, the state did this so that they could draw in municipalities and counties outside that are affected by San Antonio. So we now are part of that alliance to gain additional text.
The difference is, like in the rural MPO, or rural planning area, you get, I'm not making this up, $30 million. And in the MPO, like San Antonio, it's like
lot.
$3 billion.
A lot.
It's 100 to 1,000x. It's a totally different game.
Okay, we'll move on to discussion on future agenda items. Anybody got anything particular you'd like to talk about at the next agenda?
I'll send several via email.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
What's that? What did you say?
Okay. And send them, if you would, please.
For the next
give you
agenda,
some right
I'm planning it tomorrow. Like, we're working on the agenda tomorrow.
If you would, please, because we're out next week.
I'm ready.
If you would, please copy me so we can kind of shortcut that if we have any questions.
I would,
Just
My
kind
mom
of,
has something.
yes, sir.
I would like to give you two, and the other ones I'll bounce off you guys. I was shocked when I saw the $100 utility reconnect fee for electricity in the mail out that comes with the bill. I'm 900% sure that when we discussed that here, we left it at $50 just because of the people that it applied to were not able to pay their bills. And when I saw $100, I'm going, this is not right. This is not right.
I have to double check, but I think
We'll pull that back
then
up.
I wanted on the agenda for us to adjust the fee schedule to $50. That'll be my item
I
then.
don't think you can bring it back if it's been voted on.
We can bring anything back.
No,
We can adjust fees
I'm just telling
anytime.
you, well, I'm just saying, under Robert's rules, if y'all have already, this fee schedule, if you already set it and there was an agreement and you were on the losing side as a loser, I don't think you can bring it back.
I don't remember voting against that.
Well, if you either voted, so if we did vote to set it at $100, you either agreed to that time, but if you voted no, you can't bring it back.
And I remember, Mayor, at
Well,
the end of that
who
meeting,
knows?
you delineated what we were going with, what we weren't. So it'll be pretty clear what we did. I don't know. For a fact, I can go look at it.
I'm going to be really kind of on the fence right here, and I'm going to go back and look at the meeting, watch the meeting, see what actually transpired, what was voted on, and we can go from there.
Yeah, agreed.
One of the citizens looked at that and said the mayor started talking over at that point, and it was unclear what was agreed to. So I guess an agenda item would be that we give a $50 rebate to people that pay the $100, because that's not a fee change schedule.
We'll go back and review the meeting and see where it is, and we'll place things on an
Look
agenda
into it.
accordingly.
Look-
Yes,
look-
sir.
look
What's the
into
other
it.
item?
Okay, you guys look into it. My other item is we had an item council passed to get an appraisal by an FAA qualified person of the ball fields. Okay, and that's still out there to be done.
Okay.
I found a company that does exactly that, and they do it all over the United States. They've done it all over Texas, and they're qualified to do this. I would like to amend that direction from council to say that we have the entire airport done. Now, if staff agrees to do that, we don't need to put it on the agenda, but if we need to make that change to have the whole airport done,
Okay.
I'd like to put that on the agenda. You guys decide that.
We'll review that and we'll see if that's warranted on an agenda item.
Well, on a future agenda item, I'm going to bring your agenda back up because I wasn't at that meeting, so I can bring it back up to have a discussion after. But I'm getting additional information. I've asked staff to get additional information related to that.
It may or may not be ready.
But it may or may not be, but we will bring that up in a future.
It won't be.
council.
I can say right now. What we're waiting on is FAA clarification on that requirement specifically from a gentleman named Gary Loftus, and that'll be in March.
We'll go from there, and it will come on a future agenda.
It will.
Okay.
It'll probably be March. Temper expectation.
No, sir. No, sir.
We're waiting for all the information.
You've got plenty of information.
All right. Anything else? No? Okay. Because I like to do this, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
I so move. And second.
Motion made, second to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Nay.
Is it? Oh well, it is 9:39 p.m. Adjourn.
Thursday.
Thank you.
10.
10 a.m.
10 here.